In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. They are rare and they are few who can compare with Ronnie Q. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie Q. Ronnie Q. It's time for Ronnie. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for Ronnie Q. I listen to my Ronnie, Ronnie. I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for Ronnie Q. Take a seat and go meet Ronnie. Sweet, 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 sweet Ronnie. No day complete without my Ronnie. She can't be beat. Sweet, sweet Ronnie.
Grand Rising, Grand Rising. What's going on? Hey, Bernice. Hey, Dr. Soapy. Hold on. Hey, Nappy Child. Hey, Liz Libels. Grand Rising to you all. Hold on. Now, do you guys please hit the like button on your way in, share, subscribe. Sandy, Grand Rising to you as well. Goals? I always have goals. My goals are to give you guys some information that you can use. You know, nothing else. Nothing else. My goal is not to dox people, or at least attempt at doxing people. My goals is not to congratulate people about their doxing. Those are not my goals. Those are other people's goals. If those are your goals, please exit stage right. Okay, so let me see what I can do here on colors. Let me get my goals. Goals. Okay. So if you hear something that is new to you, help me reach my goals. Uh-huh. Not something new today, something new here today. Okay. I set my goals up. Now, do you guys know if your government has voted on that big bogus budget as of yet? I know that once again at 1 in the morning, they were actually, let me see, it looks like they may have voted on it. Let's see. I think the budget has passed. Okay. it appears that this budget has passed. Um, Let me see. Motion to recommit. Maybe it hasn't passed. This is a motion to recommit. Let me see. Let me see what they're talking about here. Mm, I don't see anything. I don't hear anything. Hold on one second. Let me see. I don't see anything. Let me see what you guys are talking about. I don't see anything. I don't see anything about the budget being passed. Now, the last I saw, they were convening on uh, this budget. So, um, let me get into why we're really. Let's get into why we are really here. Now, Grand Rising Queen Diva, if you guys, I'm pretty sure people know that the South African president had a sit down with 45, 47 in the Oval Office on yesterday. And one of the things that I had said, I wonder if he's going to try to do what he did to Zelensky. And of course, that's exactly what he tried to do. He tried to showboat. He tried to uh, just put out propagandas and lies to this man's face with his whole entourage there. And you have to notice the setup in the room. The setup in the room was, he said, "Yeah, I took your advice. I took up golfing." He brought three South African pro golfers, and 45, 47 was over there about this skeet his pants, and he wanted to talk to the golfers more than he wanted to talk to uh, what is it, Ramaphosa, President Ramaphosa from South Africa, and he wanted to, oh, your job is very hard. You have to fly from uh, place to place and play games, and I was just like, you sound like a fucking fool. But when he was talking to Ramaphosa, what is it, Ramaphosa? When he was talking to him, the best that he could do is spread propagandas and lies. Good morning, Grand Rising, detached myself. Speaking of, Stomp Down, where you at? Stomp Down, where are you? Does anybody know? Can somebody go check? Did they get that half Mexican up in this 45, 47's deportation? Is he somewhere over in Istanbul or somewhere? Did they deport Stomp Down somewhere? You know he half Mexican. Did they slice him in half and send half of him somewhere and the other half to they did he is he up in that detention center? Where is Stomp Down? People want to know. Well, yeah, Stomp Down. Let me see what they're talking about here. Okay. I may have something new for you. We're still talking about this horrible South African visit. Hmm. They're laughing at the suckers we became. Donald Trump is mad that he's being sued. His Doge operation has him in court. Let's see. Let me see. Let me share this information with you. We'll share that later. Let's finish talking about South Africa. Okay, so the whole South Africa uh, meetup, as it were, is found in the description box. It's the first link in my description box. You can feel you can peruse that at your leisure. But let's get into some clips that I have pulled out regarding this. Daddy's home. Let's check this. So So he comes in and 45, 47 starts. There's uh there's genocide going on. They told me that our white farmers are being killed. They told me they're killing the white farmers and nothing's being done about it and they're taking their land. Okay, all of the talking points of I don't know. And these people they won't put it in the news. They won't report on it. Mm, mm. Okay, so and then he turns over and you know Rapunzel. He's like, what is this? Ramposa. What is this? Ram, Cyril Rampusa. He he's like you know still trying to keep everything lighthearted. He's sitting there like and he's like no that's not what's happening. You know we have a crime problem. It happens more black people are killed than white people. No, that's not what's happening to the farmers. The farmers, they're saying they who is they, who are these they that he's talking about? Then he shows some a video that has been discredited and Ramposa, Cyril Ramposa. He looks at the video. They had a whole slideshow set up, a whole TV set up in the corner, talking about turn the lights down. Let's watch this. Oh, you thought that you were gonna cue up some insignificant shit. I know how Ramposa was feeling. You thought that you were gonna bamboozle somebody into thinking that oh, I got evidence, and your evidence was some bullshit. Oh, I know how Ramposa feel about that. I know exactly how he feels about that. And he's sitting up there with a smile on his face, and he's laughing like, "Are you serious? Are you serious? This has already been discredited." He played a propaganda video of a well, the person it's kind of like he showed a Jill Stein video where the person does have a following in South Africa. He's Jill Stein material, somebody who does not have a chance to get voted in South Africa, who had those positions that this should happen to the South African farmers. And so the people that he bought on this uh, brought to meet with 45, 47 were quite interesting. One of the guys, two of the golfers, they, didn't say much. One of the golfers, it made me side eye him when he was talking about, yeah, we need help over there. And, it's a lot of crime over there. And I was like, so it sounds like you're agreeing with 45, 47, because he exaggerates. I mean, that you won. He said that I know you won so many tournaments. You won about 5 or 6 tournaments. He said, no, I've won two. And then so he talks, and then it sounds like he is trying to give out a SOS code, like, we need your help. And then so the next man who talks, I found out that he was a billionaire. I found this out later, and he definitely told 45, 47 that no, white farmers are not getting killed. He said there's crime all over South Africa, and we need your help with technology and stuff so we can stop this, to help us stop this crime. But no, crime is not running rapid all over South Africa, and nobody's targeting white farmers. Full stop. Full stop. Now, we have the muskrat across the room on the other side. So, of all of the times that he won't have the muskrat speak, and I got a friend over in South Africa. I got friends there, and I got friends who are from there. And he's talking about the tech bros, all these friends but I wouldn't even have him speak on it. Why wouldn't you have him speak on it? If they're a friend of yours, and you don't have them speak on it, you just going to carry the message yourself. Everybody knows the muskrat is the person who put this in your ear. You've been talking about this story since your first week in the White House. You've been spreading these lies since your first week in the White House. Everybody also knows that propaganda video that he played in the White House yesterday. Well, if you don't know, you're going to find out that has been propagated all over X by Elon Musk as well, prior to yesterday, for quite a long time. And it has been debunked, but your president decide that this is what he's going to do when the African president comes to visit him. Shout out some lies about what whoever the fuck he didn't even say we have some intel. He didn't even try to pretend like some intel got back to him. No, who the fuck is they? My mom said, "Who is that?" I could not repeat something that they said. Well, they said, "No, you need to know who they is. Who is they? Who is they?" Okay, so that happened, and so he had another. I forget her position, and she went through and she described. What is going on in Africa? They have a high rate of crime, similar crime to that we have in the United States. And what kills me about this whole sit down, and he has issues with South Africa calling a thing about Israel, saying that either they are committing war crimes. To say, I don't know if it's. I don't know exactly how it's worded, but they are saying that Israel is committing war crimes. So now this is. They also talked about all the other nations in Africa that are actually experiencing genocide. He didn't want to hear that. He came out. Oh, who is this? The other white supremacist. JD Vance hands him a stack of papers, and look at all of this. The white farmer killed. Oh, this person killed. Okay, so no black people were killed. So he clearly let you know that he doesn't care about any lives. He only cares about black lives. White lives. When they told him that the murders were disproportionately white people, he had no black people, and he had no reaction. When they told him the actual facts of what's going on with the murders, but the white farmers, but do you not know that there are black farmers as well? So you're worried about the white farmers who own over, I think it's 80 something percent of the farmland in Africa, uh, and are about 6.7% of the population in Africa, and you're worried about them and their farmland. So let's get to the niceties that he had to say to Rampusa. The niceties that he had. You guys have some good land over there. You guys have the land. It is so rich, and it has so much to offer. That's all he had. That's all he had to say to him that was positive, was about the land. A whole motherfucking robber baron. A whole robber baron creating a fake position that he know that is built on a lie. You have the whole FBI, CIA at your disposal, and you talking about what they told me. This is what they are saying. And then you're going to try to chastise the media for not reporting a lie. Well, pretty soon, you'll get that lizard face woman make CBS go and report it because she want her merger with Skyfall to go through that she has to present to you. So lean on that lizard face bitch who's gonna enrich her family. What, $3.4 billion? Maybe she'll do the story for you. Since they are bending their knee and kowtowing to you. Maybe you will see that story on CBS, and then quickly there will be a merger with CBS and what is it, Skyfall? Maybe it'll happen then. So let me share this with you. Now I have. Oh, good morning, Miss Toby. I have the whole. Um, I have the whole interview, that the whole sit down, but I pulled some different parts out that I would like to share with you. Okay, here we go. This is some news reports on what happened, and then we'll get into some clips. Let me make sure I'm sharing this. Oh, I'm not sharing this because the cat is still dancing. I am so glad I checked. Get out of here, kitty. Scram, kitty. Okay, here we go. Let me remove my banner. You're not going to be able to see it beyond my banner. Okay, so my banner is something that the New York Times wrote. Trump lectures South African president in televised Oval Office ambush. There have been killings of white South Africans, but police statistics show that they are not killed at a higher rate than any other South Africans. Let me remove this comment. Of course, he's interested in the land. That's the only thing he's interested in as well. Where was I? Um, any other higher race than other South Africans, any other South Africans. And while the South African government did pass a law permitting the government to take land without compensation, the process is subject to judicial review. And some of the South Africans have come out and said that they have gotten more money than their land is worth. The the reason why they're able to take it without compensation is for the people who refuse to give up their land. Uh, that's why the without compensation is the last resort. This law just went into effect in January. A month before 4547 got off the plane with his, they're killing the farmers, they're killing the farmers, they're doing some horrible things. I just can't even say the whole. If you have been with me, I played that the day after he did that. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? What is he talking about? He got off the plane. He was like running to the plane. It's like somebody had robbed him on the plane, and he was running to the news camera to spout that, to spout the bombings that he had done in Ethiopia. A whole lot of newsworthy stuff has already been reported over here. So we're following our story. So here we are at this is the point we are in our story. Okay, let me share this with you.
A presidential visit to the U.S. would offer a reset and a path to a trade deal. That seems all but impossible after an extraordinary Oval Office meeting today. President Donald Trump reiterated his claims that South Africa is persecuting white minority farmers. It put President Cyril Ramaphosa in a tough diplomatic spot. The CBC's Aaron Collins is tracking developments. He joins us live from our Washington bureau. So, Aaron, what happened?
But you got the word right there, the right adjective, Andrew. Just an absolutely extraordinary scene. So much to unpack here in this 60-minute meeting broadcast live that felt more like we were watching sort of a tense behind closed doors conversation between two heads of state, but on live television, interrupted by reporters. I can say, I think fairly, that this is probably not how South African President Cyril Ramaphosa wanted this meeting to go. I mean, Ramaphosa started by following what seems like a developing playbook for heads of state that are meeting with the U.S. president. So step one, keep it cordial. If you can, talk about golf. If you really can, bring some pro golfers with you. That's going to help. Complement the decor of the Oval Office, and then put your focus on.
Compliment this gaudy gold leaf decor. And if you see over that he has taken down the MLK bus that used to sit on these tables, all these gold. I brought my gold guy in from New York to do this. Ciao, bye. Ciao, bye. Let's get beyond this motherfucker. He's saying a whole lot about nothing.
Focus on trade if you can. That's the plan, but staying on track. It's just not easy with this president, right? Andrew, things seemed to start out pretty well, but they shifted quickly after Trump got a question about accepting dozens of white South African refugees a little over a week ago from the press that were in the room.
And then he said he would do the same thing if they were black. While we have Africans starving because of his policies. We have African trying to free war. He would do the same thing. It's not about that. It's about the killing and the genocide as he continues to support Israel. So only white people who die and not dying because of persecution, but dying from the crime rate where they are, the natural crime rate where they are. It's but he doesn't see. He would do the same thing if they were brown or black. Meanwhile, everybody, there is nobody who is able to apply to this country to get out of their country. He stopped that. He stopped anybody from seeking asylum in this country. And he wants you to believe that he would do that for everybody. Who was it? I think it was Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio was being questioned about this same matter. And it was Marco Rubio in one of those congressional hearings that they had. And he said, the United States have taken in over 1,800 people. You don't know what you're talking about. We've taken in over 1,800 people. I think he's talking about during this administration. But we're not going to deny that there has been a hold put on anybody applying to be to come to America to escape persecution. There has been a 100% halt on that. So I don't know what Marco Rubio is saying. I don't know if he's saying that they have had people in the pipe that they have allowed to stay. Marco Rubio says one thing one time, one thing the next time. I don't know. But so here is a little clip of this.
You're taking people's land
We have not.
from them. And those people, in many cases, are being executed. They're being executed. And they happen to be white, and most of them happen to be farmers. And that's a tough situation. I don't know how you explain that. How do you explain that? They're taking people's land away, and in many cases, those people are being executed. And in many cases, it's not the government that's doing it. It's people that kill them and then take their land, and nothing happens to them.
And just the look on President Ramaphosa's face as you hear Donald Trump repeating the justification for bringing those South Africans to the U.S. Accusations, as you heard there, that those farmers are being attacked and in some cases killed, and their land often being confiscated.
And how did the South African delegation respond?
Well, I think, watching it, I think initially President Ramaphosa was hoping that this topic might just slide by. He could shift things back toward talk of trade, maybe bring this up behind closed doors, as would usually happen in a high-level meeting like this. But the president just wasn't having it, right? And that's when things got really off track. The White House then started playing, it was like a montage of news clips, sort of backing up the president's claims, apparently. And Trump had a handful of news clippings in his hand, too. So, I mean, the takeaway here, clearly for me, this was planned, right? You don't have the montage ready to play and the news clips printed out if you weren't planning to do this on camera for a live audience. And you could see.
Exactly. It was a setup. It was a whole setup with propaganda to try to explain away his racism of bringing seasoned people who are used to disrespecting and living under apartheid, are seasoned in disrespecting Black people. Very seasoned. This is who he wants. He said that they could better assimilate with America. That's why he brought them here. This is the reason that they have given for bringing these white South Afrikaners here, because unlike anyone else, they are better equipped to what am I looking for? To assimilate with the American people, to assimilate people who are used to apartheid, treating Black people like they second class citizens in their own countries. These are people who are better able to assimilate with the United States. That's what he said.
The President Ramaphosa sort of begin to firm up a little, firmly but patiently start pushing back, explaining that yes, some white South Africans are victims of violence in that country, but so are many, many, many Black South Africans that are in the same boat or feeling the same kind of impact. Honestly, though, Andrew, to me, it wasn't until one of the professional golfers and the wealthy businessmen in the room sort of spoke up from the delegation that you could see Trump beginning to listen a little bit.
And I know there's a lot of anger.
Not that one. Not the second one. We're going to listen to the third man. These are two of the golfers. Now, you saw the statistics that I put up. And when those statistics were, I forget who it was. I think it was on one of my clips when they were talking to those talking heads. They was like, do you really think that South Africa is going to give out the real data? So where's your real data? There is no real data. Okay. About the race of the people who have been murdered, because they don't collect the data on that. You know, the same way that you guys want to stop collecting data about the race of the people who have been harassed on their jobs, so they cannot file a discrimination claim. You know, that.
You know, through the transition, there's also a lot of stuff happening in the apartheid days. You know, we grew up in the apartheid era. But I don't think two wrongs makes a right. You know, President Mandela, when he came out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred.
We have two leaders, but it's across.
This man, he's a billionaire, and I didn't know who he was, but this man right here, let's hear him. I don't think two wrongs make a right. What the fuck you talking about? See, you're insinuating that somebody's trying to get back. Two wrongs make a right. Oh, when it's your turn, it was good while y'all was doing it, but when it's your turn to get it back, of course you wouldn't think two wrongs make a right, because when you get wrong, you don't think that it's good. If you're using I don't think two wrongs make a right. I don't think your wrong made a right. But I'm not even talking about him. Let's continue.
Out of prison for all that time, didn't come out with hatred.
We have too many deaths, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers. It's across the board.
So you hear you hear that gentleman tell him it's not only white farmers, it's across the board. And then somebody later asked 45, 47, was he convinced that he was right, that these farmers were being there was genocide of the white farmers? And he is like, oh, well, I don't know. Oh, well, I don't know. You put on this whole big performance. You didn't know, and I'm pretty sure you were told that those were lies. I'm pretty sure you know that those are lies. It's just a mess.
So I'm not.
Hi, I'm Madeline, designer on the women's team at Biore. Here.
Hold on, let me get past this commercial. He's him on a little bit too much for me. Let's go here.
To reset the relationship with the U.S. Let's go to Johannesburg, South Africa for reaction. I'm joined by Lorato Rebele, a former BBC presenter. Lorato, what do you make of President Trump using this event to make these claims of mass killings of white farmers?
Well, for South Africans, it's very concerning because albeit South Africa's got a very serious crime problem, they say that the murder rate in South Africa is often higher than what you see in a war zone. But these crimes affect mainly Black and poor South Africans. So there isn't any kind of concerted effort to exterminate a particular group of people, particularly white farmers. Certainly the statistics don't back it up. And when we have seen instances of violence on South African farms, in the 2020 figures, it said that only 49 farm murders occurred in that year alone. So you can't really call that an extermination. One life lost is one life too many. We accept that, but it is not a concerted attack against white people or white farmers in particular. And while South Africa does have a crime and violence problem, it disproportionately impacts the poor, the unemployed, women in the case of GBV, and Black men. So the narrative that's being peddled in the United States is grossly inaccurate, and it's not really favorable for South Africa's image internationally. And I think South Africans are just asking themselves the question, why does Secretary of State Rubio and his team, why do they insist on peddling this narrative? What is this insistence on driving or creating a particular picture or image of South Africa? And why are they married to the disinformation campaign? There are many ways in which to criticize South Africa. It's not a perfect country, but to really insist on a narrative that's based on falsities, it's very disconcerting. And South Africans are asking themselves why.
And Lorato,
okay, so if you want to see the remainder of this clip, Grand Rising, Madison, it is so good to see you. Okay. So if you guys want to watch the rest of this clip, she lays this out there. It is very disingenuous for them to continue to pump out lies and propaganda. And we know that all of these South African billionaires are in his ear. We know that Starlink is Elon Musk has came out and tweeted that he can't introduce Starlink to South Africa because he's white. White grievances. We do know that, and we do know that that is not true. We do know that he does not want to do business in Africa lawfully, because the law says that if you do a business in Africa, you're going to have to share 30% of that business for I don't know what number of years with a Black investor. You're not just going to come in here and get rich off of our people based on how our people have been disadvantaged, kind of like reparations. You're going to come in here and do business with our people with 30% of your business you're going to do with a black person so they can get money and opportunity as well. So he finds that insufferable. And so even the white billionaire said something about they need something like Starlink over there. I hope Ramaphosa doesn't waver with the richest man in the world who actually need him more than the South Africans need this Starlink. Okay, so they said that the technology will help them in policing and all of this type of stuff. It would give, and they need opportunity. That's another thing they said that they need opportunities, and that's another thing that the United States is going to find out as soon as well. If they pass this budget, they're going to find out how much opportunity is connected with crime. When it settles in, all of these people who are losing their benefits, their food stamps, or whatever the fuck they have on the agenda, whatever they approve in this budget, when it settles in, all of these people who have been fired from their jobs in government on the guise of preventing waste, fraud, and abuse, all of this, the cuts that have been cut, they have spent more money letting Doge do what they have done to this country, scaling back agencies that assist the American people, and breaking down this government. They spent more money doing it than it would cost them if they kept all of these agencies in place. Where is the waste, fraud, and abuse? They're looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, doing all of these illegal things. Okay, so I am going to. Hey, Liz. Okay, hey, Indigo. The American media is used to manipulate the masses. Wake up, people. The sad part is that it works. That is the sad part. Good morning, Indigo. Grand Rising. Now, let me share this with you. Where is the evidence? This is a good question. No, we're going to go to this one before we ask for where is the evidence.
History books today from Donald J. Trump. An astonishing display from him in the White House today. Donald Trump meeting with the president of South Africa and attempting to ambush and humiliate that leader inside the Oval Office. But what he did instead was embarrass and humiliate the people of the United States of America again. In his meeting with President Ramaphosa, Trump peddled unsubstantiated claims of genocide in South Africa of white South Africans, a group that ruled during apartheid in South Africa. It is a fringe conspiracy theory pushed by the likes of Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, and David Duke, the former Grand Wizard of the KKK.
We take from many locations if we feel there's persecution or genocide going on.
Okay, we take from many locations. The only location you have taken from is white South Africa. And that's a lie. A lie. We take from this is when a reporter asked him why did he feel it was important to take to bring the white Afrikaners to the United States. We take from many locations. Now, why just the South Africans when you see all of the people who are dying and suffering behind war? Because, they're a small amount of the population and, they were ones we could get in easily. Bullshit. And
we had a lot of people. I must tell you, Mr. President, we have had a tremendous number of people, especially since they've seen this. Generally, they're white farmers, and they're fleeing South Africa, and it's a very sad thing to see. But I hope we can have an explanation of that. It'll be the end of the country if it's not.
China, Russia, and all BRIC nations are making their play to dethrone the dollar.
So next, Trump asked his staff to dim the lights and roll in a television. Once the lights were dimmed and the television was there, they played a video that Trump claimed showed evidence of genocide against white farmers. Here's the reality as reported by the New York Times. Quote, there have been killings of white South Africans, but police statistics show they are not killed at a higher rate than other South Africans. And while the South African government did pass a law permitting the government to take land without compensation, the process is subject to judicial review. President Ramaphosa did his part to fact-check Donald Trump in real time. He added that he didn't even recognize some of the locations in the video. Here's what he had to say.
Our government policy is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party, which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can.
And then when they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No. There is
nothing happens.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people.
Now, understand, this is before they even meet. He brings him out here to chastise him in front of the media, trying to cover up his obvious racism in this situation. His obvious racism to bring white South African only to the United States and try to bring them here under the guise that they are being, that there's a genocide being brought upon white South Africans.
After all that, the leader of South Africa's president, tried to lighten the mood a little bit. Trump suggested that all of this tension between them could have been avoided as South Africa had just bought him an airplane.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I'd take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
Okay.
Well, there you have it. Conspiracy theory peddling leader of the United States of America sitting inside a gilded Oval Office, again, tarnishing America's image around the world. This is where we start today with some of our favorite reporters and friends. New York Times diplomatic correspondent Michael Crowley joins us. Also joining us, Princeton University professor, MSNBC contributor Eddie Glaude's here. With me at the table, former Undersecretary of State during the Obama administration and author of Mandela's Way, Lessons on Life, Love, and Courage. Rick Stengel's here. We need some life, love, and courage to get through this today. You watched the whole thing. Give me your analysis.
I mean, it was an astonishing display. It's kind of a circus that he has now with these sprays. Instead of actually going in and talking to the world leader, he kind of puts them on display.
For whom?
I don't know. I guess for his own audience. I think part of what I find amazing, too, is that he has no impulse control. So he just keeps taking questions instead of saying, OK, we'll take some questions after we talk. But I think his attempt to humiliate Cyril Ramaphosa wasn't successful. I thought President Ramaphosa conducted himself with great poise. He was good humored about it. He didn't insist on rebutting those charges, even though, for the most part, Trump's lies and exaggerations were extreme. There are about 100,000 Afrikaner farmers in South Africa. By the way, they are in no way responsible for apartheid, which their predecessors created. But they do own a majority of the farmland. And I would argue that so much of this crime is not black on white crime, but poverty on wealth crime. And I mean, I know you didn't see this in the stories. We were chatting about it before. Cyril brought a couple of folks along with him, Johan Rupert, the industrialist who knows Trump's back since the 70s, Ernie Els, the golfer, and John Steenhuisen, who is the Afrikaans agriculture minister in his government, all of whom said, this is crime. South Africa has a terrible crime problem. Mr. President, we'd like help with our crime problem, but it isn't just focused on this small group of Afrikaner farmers. And I thought they made that point. Not everybody's going to see that. They're going to see the fireworks, but I thought it lowered the temperature.
They made that point 1,000 times. He couldn't hear it coming from the president of Africa. He could hear it from that white billionaire. When the white billionaire, that's what broke through. The white billionaire saying that wasn't the problem. And every time that the black president said it. Well, that's what they're saying. They're doing this. And what are you going to do about it? I don't understand. But they're saying this. Let's continue.
Temperature in the room in a way that hopefully would make some kind of dialogue useful.
For what?
Well, I mean, to take down the temperature. So, for example, one of the things that's tragic about this is that the U.S. cut off about $400 million in AIDS funding to South Africa. That's huge. That's PEPFAR money that has saved the lives of millions of people in Southern Africa. They don't have that in their budget where that money comes from. They have to raise taxes. Those are children dying, families dying, mothers dying. So part of the reason that I think Cyril Ramaphosa came here is to say, look, we do need your help. By the way, it's true, as Secretary Rubio said, South Africa has been on the opposite side of so many issues in the UN between the U.S. And other nations. They're always aligned with the non-aligned groups. Even Nelson Mandela was on the other side of the U.S. on a lot of these issues, but that's not a reason to stop talking. And I think South Africa wants to kind of repair the breach.
They don't believe how toxic.
Okay, so I'll go over there and check out the rest of this. It is good listening. If you want to find out more, I'm going to present right now one more thing on this meetup. That's why I named this video Propaganda in Chief, conflating wealth disparity with genocide. Let me see. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. Here we go. Where is the evidence? Okay, I had to make sure I was sharing this. Here we go.
People in danger should be offered help and safety regardless of race. So why is the United States, why is the president not living up to that? Right now, no refugees are being resettled in the U.S., not from the Congo, from Sudan, Afghanistan, Haiti. The only exception is South Africa, specifically Afrikaners, a white minority group of landowners that's claiming discrimination. And here's President Trump on Friday defending the fairness of prioritizing white South Africans.
If I see people in distress, I don't care what color, what they look like, what anything, their size, their height, their eyes, I don't care. But I think that from all evidence, the farmers in South Africa are being treated brutally. And it's been reported, and nobody wants to cover it, but they happen to be white.
It's been reported, but nobody wants to cover it. Which one is it? I haven't seen those reports. No one wants to cover it. Maybe it's nothing to cover. Now, it's been reported by who? Who reported this? Elon Musk reported it to you in your ear? Because he think that he has grown up in apartheid South Africa, so he thinks that he should be allowed to do whatever the fuck he want to because he has no respect for black people, much less black leadership. The same Elon Musk that had the free speech advocate who lets all types of Jewish slurs go on X, black slurs go on X under the guise of free speech. But when someone gets in the right wing's ass, they get blocked off of the platform. That same is that who reported it to you? Is this where the reporting is coming from? Yes, it is.
And if they were black, I'd do the exact same thing.
Well, there are plenty black people who need your help. There are plenty black. They're getting their heads chopped off. He's in the White House talking about these horrible things. They're getting their heads chopped off. All types of things. Trying to reckon you back to the black medicine man that they used to tell you about, the black warlock that would chop your head off, and all of this kabuki type of bullshit, all of this propaganda, kabuki propaganda he set up there and did in the White House. The black witch doctors out there unaliving and cutting off heads of white Africana farmers. That's what he did yesterday. That's what he did, in my opinion. So if he would help anybody else in, why are you still giving Israel bombs? Why are you still siding with Israel? Why is your mouth mute on what's going on in Israel? In Gaza, I mean. Why are you mute on what's going on in Gaza, but arresting students who use their voice to say that what's going on in Gaza is disgusting? Why are you mad at Ramaphosa, the South African president, for saying that Israel is committing war crimes? But you would do it for anyone, but you won't open your mouth about Netanyahu not allowing food aid or medical aid into the Gaza Strip after he broke the ceasefire agreement and has decided what we already know he had planned is to raise the whole Gaza Strip. Bullshit.
And we treat people very well when we see there's a genocide going on. So if it's a genocide, that's terrible. And I happen to believe it could very well be. So we've made a home, and we'll make a home for other people that are treated badly, no matter what their color.
A flight carrying the first group of 59 South Africans arrived on Monday. On that same day, the Secretary of Homeland Security addressed the termination of temporary protected status for Afghans. It's set to expire Monday the 19th. Now, the Secretary of Homeland Security said in a statement that we review the conditions in Afghanistan with our interagency partners, and they do not meet the requirements for TPS designation. Kristi Noem cites an improved security situation and stabilizing economy. Afghanistan is run by the Taliban. Bishop Sean Rowe of the Episcopal Church came out this week to say it's wrong for the U.S. to make a home, as the president put it, for white South Africans, but then not do the same for Afghans. As a result, Bishop Rowe says the church is withdrawing from the U.S. refugee resettlement program.
The instant relief for snorers.
Okay, so this link is in the description box as well. Let me see what you guys are saying. Oh, Miss T Velocity. Hey, long time no see. He doesn't care because he doesn't have to. He's only there to perpetrate a certain agenda, division. Exactly. If I didn't speak, Miss Queenie, grand rising to you. It's all show. I have been done. Okay. Let me see. Let me check on something. Okay. Now, so all of those links are in my description box. I have the full link to the meeting in my description box. Should this meetup in my description box? Let me go back and maybe we'll run through a little bit of it. There are some important things that I do want you to see about this meetup. Let's go through this. Here is this. Okay. Okay. Let me share a little bit of this for you.
The trip to the Middle East was very good.
No small talk, no pretense of small talk, nothing. No hospitality, and this gaudy guilt God, this gaudy, god awful, gilded piece of shit that he has turned the executive office in. Let's get into it.
Thus creating a number of jobs. And similarly, you've got almost 600 companies that have invested in South Africa, and some of them have been in South Africa for more than 100 years.
That's true.
So our links are really long-lasting, and we would like to recalibrate those relations between our two countries and discuss a whole range of issues, geopolitical, the work that you're doing to bring peace around the world, in Ukraine and in the Middle East. So we value that, and we are also a great contributor.
There are two types of people.
Economy, but we rely on each other on a number of issues. We've got critical minerals that you want to fuel the growth of your own economy and reindustrialize. So we have that on offer, including rare earth minerals. So all that combination of opportunity
And that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We
here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions.
and we asked for assistance, and you were able to assist. Being the small economy that we are, we needed help from around the world, and you were there to provide that. So thank you very much.
I remember the call.
Yeah.
We said 150. Respirators. We became the respirator king. We started making them. Nobody had them. We had very few of them.
That's right.
But they were very helpful. But we said 150, and
Yeah.
And I appreciated the letter you wrote me a letter.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you very much for that. It really touched.
Now, pay attention to this. I was on mute. Pay attention to this very obvious question that everybody's wondering. And he attacks NBC, the news media, and tells the South African president, this is fake news. And he asks a question, a very valid question. Let's hear the question.
Touched my heart after I spoke to you and you delivered. So,
great honor.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Any questions, please?
Mr. President, we welcome white Afrikaner refugees here. Can you explain to Americans why it's appropriate to welcome white Afrikaners here when other refugees like Afghans, Venezuelans, Haitians have all had their protected status revoked?
Well, this is a group, NBC, that is truly fake news. They ask a lot of questions in a very pointed way. They're not questions, they're statements. We've had tremendous complaints about Africa, about other countries too, from people. They say there's a lot of bad things going on in Africa, and that's what we're going to be discussing today. When you say we don't take others, all you have to do is take a look at the southern border. We let 21 million people come through our border. Totally.
We let 21 million people come in through our border. We don't take others. All you have to do is look at our southern border, the southern border that you've been bitching and moaning about, the southern border that you have closed, the southern border that you are not taking anybody who has complaints of being of needing protection to come to the United States for protection, that you are bringing these white Africans in on that same southern border, that you are flying people out to places like, where was that? They want to fly people out to Yemen, fly people out to El Salvador prisons. This place. Why would we look at the southern border? And when everyone who came in through the southern border, you say you are going to send out of America. Where is the correlation between what the question that was asked and what you're saying? We let them in. No, you didn't let them in. They came in, but you didn't let them in, and you're letting them out. That's what you're doing.
Totally unchecked, totally unvetted. They came from all over the world. In many cases, they're criminals. They come from prisons. They come from mental institutions. They come from.
It's to get back around to his hate speech and his grift and all of this shit. It's you don't know who they are, but you know they have come from mental institutions, this and the other. Okay, that's where we're going with this. You let people in from all over the world. You didn't answer the question why it is only white Africans that you are letting into the United States and have cut off the ability for any other people from all of these, even Afghanistan, the ones who are given a special visa to stay in America, the ones who help give our soldiers information who were allowed to flee Afghanistan. And now you are taking their protections off, and they have to, on the 19th, their protection was taken off, and now they are subject to deportation too. You know, the people who help keep those soldiers alive. You know, the soldiers that you guys bitch and moan about, that 13 lost their lives during Obama's exit from Afghanistan. I think it would have been more than 13. I think these Afghan people who you have taken their protection off from staying in the USA, I think they may have saved more than 13 American lives. But no, you don't give a fuck about them because they're not white.
From street gangs, they're drug dealers. So don't say that we didn't take them. We're trying to get them out as fast as we can.
You took him, but you're trying to get him out as fast as you can. But none of this makes sense. Nonsensical responses.
And we're doing record business on that. And we just won a big case where we're allowed to send back hundreds of criminals to Venezuela.
So this back to his talking points. Let's hear another question.
Of a state. I want to get your thoughts on that. She put down that her father was her husband in order, and this is very.
Now they're talking about Letitia James.
Hi, I'm Madeline, a designer on the women's team at Biore, and I'm excited to talk about one of our favorite lifestyle.
Your message to them.
And see, that's something about this press corps that they allow in. Now, this guy is asking questions about Letitia James and something about she put her father down instead of her husband and all of this, blah, blah, blah. It's something about having unseasoned reporters in here in the White House. And he's I'm glad that you brought that up. Why are you glad that has nothing to do with this visit? You should have thrown him out. You should have said how fake news he was about asking questions about the prosecutor in New York who hung your ass out to dry. And that of course, you're glad he brought up some bullshit. Nobody gives a fuck about what he was talking about. Let's go forward. Let's see what they're talking about.
People are being killed a week. 5,000 soldiers a week. People are being killed a week. 5,000 soldiers a week, not including people in cities and towns that are also being killed. So we're trying to help. And it doesn't affect us. It's not our people. It's not our soldiers. It's Ukraine.
Specifically mentioned to him that this is how Nelson Mandela taught us that when you want to have the peace in a country, do it on an unconditional basis and sit down and talk. And that's precisely what I'm sure he's going to heed.
Well, we're going to see what happens with that when it's there's a lot of hatred. Yeah. There's a lot of death. It's a bloodbath.
It is.
Unfortunately. I get the satellite pictures of that field, of that killing field.
Well, they're talking about they're talking about Russia, Ukraine. Okay.
This guy's you never change.
What will it take for you to be convinced that there's no white genocide in South Africa?
Well, I can answer that for the president. It's for him. No, seriously.
I'd rather have him answer.
Yeah, I'd rather answer. It will be.
Our president will respond to you. Thank you, Mr. President.
It will take President Trump listening to the voices of South Africans, some of whom are his good friends, like those who are here. When we have talks between us on the quiet table, it will take President Trump to listen to them. I'm not going to be repeating what I've been saying. I would say if there was Afrikaner farmer genocide, I can bet you these three gentlemen would not be here, including my Minister of Agriculture. He would not be with me. So it will take him.
Okay, so why that's important to say about his Minister of Agriculture, his Minister of Agriculture is a white Afrikaner, and they are opposed on many issues, and but he will not lie and say that white African farmers are being killed and their land being stolen. They were really kind of oppositions, and then you had this third guy who they played this propaganda film of talking about take the land back and all this. So instead of being separate, the Minister of Agriculture had decided to work within this current administration. Surely he would not be there if this was true. That's why he's saying surely that he would not be there. And we're going to hear from him in this.
President Trump listening to their stories, to their perspective. That is the answer to your question.
listening to these white men. He's going to have to listen to these white men, because I'm not going to sit up here and repeat what I already said and what I already know to be fact. I mean, I already know he can't hear it from me. He thinks he's superior to me. So therefore, I cannot convince or teach him anything, because he's a white supremacist.
But, Mr. President, I must say that we have, wait. We have thousands of stories talking about it. Sure. And we have documentaries, we have news stories, and that. Is Natalie here? Somebody here to turn that?
I thought you said the news wasn't reporting on it. Okay.
I could show you a couple of things, and it has to be responded to. Yeah, sure. Let me see the.
He's already responded to it.
Articles, please, if you would, and turn the lights down. Turn the lights down.
Here comes the presentation, and the look on his face when he's showing this, the laugh, like the he doesn't, the laughs that he does when they're playing this. Okay, I'm gonna oh God, I'm gonna go through this real quick and let you see the expression on his face. Look at the expression on the South African president's face. I'm going to speed it up.
Will expropriate them without compensation, whether they like it or not. If they object, they can seek refugee in America.
Now this is very bad. These are burial sites right here. Burial sites, over 1,000 of white farmers, and those cars are lined up to pay love on a Sunday morning. Each one of those white things you see is a cross, and there's approximately 1,000 of them.
Look at him. He's like, what? Let me see this. That cracked me up. He was like, what? Let me look. Let me see this.
They're all white farmers. The family of white farmers.
Oh, this is good. Let me check this out.
To pay respects to their family member who was killed, and it's a terrible sight. I've never seen anything like it. Both sides.
What is that? He's like, what is that?
Have they told you where that is, Mr. President?
He said, have they told you where that is, Mr. President? Like, I don't even know where this is.
I have to know where that is, because this I've never seen.
I would like to know where that is, because this I've never seen.
Okay. I was in South Africa.
That was in South Africa. That's where it is. Now, as he's doing his presentation over here, you see Donald Trump is chit-chatting it up with somebody over there. Who he is chit-chatting with? He's chit-chatting with J.D. Vance, who's about to give him a stack of photocopies of alleged news reporting of farmers being killed. This is the same administration that brought stacks of folders up and piled them high up on his desk, up chest high on a desk in his last administration, with nothing but empty papers in them, trying to represent some work that he was doing on something or other. So I don't know if these are different accusations of people who have been, or if they were like 2 or 3 and they just copied them in duplicates so they can have a fat stack of papers. I don't know. Nobody has examined those papers that were presented today, and he did not give them to anyone to examine. Let's continue. But he is going to get them right now from J.D. Vance. There they come. Here they come. You see the papers appear?
You gotta get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatar jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of.
So now he got a new bone to drag. It was odd that they would ask him about the Qatari jet after seeing his propaganda. I think he was hoping that NBC had a question about the propaganda video, but NBC stuck it to him about the Qatari jet, and he got pissed off, and he kept bringing up this fucking jet during the rest of this fucking sit down. Let me get to this.
We're talking about a lot of. What are you talking
Here we go.
They're giving the United States, you know, you to get you know.
Mr. President, the Pentagon announced it would be accepting a Qatari jet to be used as Air Force One.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You know, you to get out of here. What does this have to do with the Qatari jet? They're giving the United States Air Force a jet, okay? And it's a great thing. We're talking about a lot of other things. It's NBC trying to get off the subject of what you just saw. You are a real, you know, you're a terrible reporter. Number one, you don't have what it takes to be a reporter. You're not smart enough. But for you to go into a subject about a jet that was given to the United States Air Force, which is a very nice thing. They also gave $5.1 trillion worth of investment in addition to the jet. Go back.
They don't even have the GDP to give that. They have pledged that, but they don't have the GDP. And we're going to talk about all of these things that he said that he has secured for the United States while on the trip to the Middle East. You will not be surprised that most of these deals had already been sealed under the Joe Biden presidency. We're going to talk about that as well. All of this, the Middle East was only profitable for himself and his family. And all of these deals that he's saying that he's made have been brokered under the Biden administration. If you didn't know that, we're going to cover that as well. Okay, so let's see him.
You ought to go back to your studio at NBC because Brian Roberts and the people that run that place, they ought to be investigated. They are so terrible the way you run that network, and you're a disgrace. No more questions from you. Go ahead. Go ahead, talk about that. His name is Peter something. He's a terrible reporter. Quiet. Let's go.
Thank you so much, President Trump, and the last from the MCA in South Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
What would you like President Ramaphosa to do about the situation that we've just seen on the screen?
I don't know. Look, these are articles over the last few days. Death of people. Death.
If you've got pink salt.
Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. As I am so sick of this fucking pink salt baking soda commercial.
Death. I don't know. To pick anyone, white South Africans are fleeing because of the violence and racist laws. And this is all
Grand Rising Church Mouse.
So when you say, what would I like to do? I don't know what to do. Look at this. White South African couple say that they were attacked violently. And,
President Trump, when will you go and see for yourself if it is?
well, I like to do that. Look, here's burial sites all over the place. They're all, these are
Okay, he read a article. Right, South Africans said that they were you're supposed to be telling us about how could they tell you this if they have been killed. She said, when will you go over there to see for yourself? Well, I would like to, but and on to another story. But what? When are you going to go over there to see for yourself? Propaganda. This was a whole set up a propaganda smear job that was set up in the White House on yesterday. And it is roundly being reported on as such in the American media. Finally, they are getting something right. Okay, so I guess, I don't know. Let's continue.
These are all white farmers that are being buried. And he asks about a jet that was given. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. You know, you are so bad. You're such a bad reporter.
Now, you notice he has not let Ramaphosa respond yet to this propaganda video that he played.
This is one after another. This family was wiped out.
Nobody can.
And then when they take the land, they kill.
Is completely against what he was saying, even in the parliament. And they're a small minority party which is allowed to exist in terms of our constitution.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
And then
take
when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No,
Nothing happens.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers are black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black. And the people that are being killed in large numbers, and you saw all those grave sites, and those are people that loved ones going, I guess on a Sunday morning, they told me, to pay respect to their loved ones that were killed. Their heads chopped off. They died violently. And, you know, I mean, we're here to talk about it, and I didn't know we'd get involved here. But I will say this, that if the news wasn't fake, like NBC, which is fake news, totally one of the worst, ABC, NBC, CBS, horrible. But if they weren't fake news like this jerk that we have here, if we had real reporters, they'd be covering it. But the fake news in this country doesn't talk about that. They don't want to talk about it, but now they have to talk about it. But they won't. This won't even be a subject. They'll have him talking about why did a country give a free, think of this, why did a country give an airplane to the United States Air Force? Okay, the United States, not to me.
I got a Machado knife, and what followed was an absolute fiasco. My friends left.
Let's hear.
It's a big problem. Marco Rubio was telling me he's never seen anything like it. The number.
That type of language in the video that you saw.
Oh, yes, we've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are.
With Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 50 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other.
Okay, this is the Africana who is over agriculture. So now, after these white people have spoken to him, he's unsure.
That we replace those farmers. You know, I like my Minister of Agriculture, who is white, who comes from an opposition party to mine, who's joined my government at my invitation to address some this very issue, including the question that you've just raised. John?
Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Yeah.
Mr. President, thank you for welcoming us to the White House. I would say we have a rural safety problem in South Africa. I don't think anyone wants to cope that. And it requires a lot of effort to get on top of it. It's going to require more policing resources. It's going to require different strategy to be able to deal with it. But certainly the majority of South Africa's commercial and smallholder farmers really do want to stay in South Africa and make it work. And I've just come from the largest agricultural show in the Southern Hemisphere with organized agriculture and farmers, and the majority of them want to stay. But they too, they have a memorial to those who've died as a result of farm attacks. And as the Minister of Agriculture, it is something that I'm particularly exercised with my colleagues at police and my colleagues in the justice cluster to start making farm attacks and stock theft a priority crime. And it affects all farmers in South Africa, particularly stock theft. It has a disproportionate effect on smallholder black farmers. I also want to just say this, that the two individuals that are in that video that you've seen are both leaders of opposition minority parties in South Africa. And Konto Wesizwe under
Did he has it? He said it has a stop theft has a particular effect on what kind of farmers? Black farmers? You mean to tell me they are actually black farmers? Okay, let's continue.
Mr. Zuma and economic freedom fighters under Mr. Malema. Now, the reasons that my party, the Democratic Alliance, which has been an opposition party for over 30 years, chose to join hands with Mr. Ramaphosa's party was precisely to keep those people out of power. We cannot have those people sitting in the union buildings making decisions. And that is why after 50 years of us exchanging barbs across the floor in Parliament and trying to get one over on each other, we've decided to join hands precisely to keep that lot out of government. Because the day they get in to the doors of the union buildings in South Africa or control of our Parliament, that's what you're going to see. And that is why this government, working together, needs the support of our allies around the world so that we can strengthen our hand, grow our economy, and shut the door forever on that rabble getting through the doors of the union buildings, because then South Africa's future would be.
So you denounced that type of language in the video that you saw?
Oh, yes, we've always done so. As government, as my own party, we are completely opposed to that. We, in 1955, adopted a document which said South Africa belongs to all who live in it.
But why wouldn't you arrest that man? That man said, kill the white farmers, kill the white farmers, and then he danced.
Yes, that man has said that, but maybe they have freedom of speech as well. Why wouldn't you arrest that man? He said, "Kill the white farmers." Is that a crime? Maybe that's not a crime in South Africa. Is that a crime here? With all the shit that is allowed here, all the white supremacy shit that is allowed to permeate across America, and you want to you are the one who want to lock up your political opponents. So we understand where you're coming from. That's why. Okay. That's one last thing I want to show you. The ass kissing.
All of those things properly.
In local municipalities, trying to rebuild some of the infrastructure that's been decaying for a long time. So there's a lot of coexistence going on and help from a lot of areas. But I feel we need the US to push this thing through. We've got a great ally. We can have the US. It's always been an ally of South Africa for a very long time. Even in the days of the war, up in Angola, you guys helped us. So very important for us to have your support and get the change we need.
Where did you do that well? He might have done that even better than he plays golf, which is almost impossible. Johan, please.
Sorry, Mr. President, if you had to wind all of those things properly, you will see I'm the biggest target of that rabble-rouser. Number one for over 10 years, Mr. Malema. In fact, the first time I met him, he was in the youth league with that gentleman. And look how he's changed.
Right.
We have 2 minutes, but it's across the board. It's not only white farmers, it's across the board. And we need technological help. We need Starlink at every little police station. We need drones. I actually got drones.
Want to get rid of this visceral fat? Check this out.
This is how to get in shape fast.
What is donated for the peace parks to stop elephant and rhino poaching? And his predecessor stopped the importation because he said the United States would spy on us. I mean, the US basically, the ridicule. So if you can help us. Remember, sir, you and I lived in New York in the 70s. We never thought New York would be what it became. You, Commissioner Duff Mayer, we need your help to stop this awful killing. But it's across the board. And he's right now building a house in Georgia. I'm building.
And what he's saying, 2 commissioners, a tough mayor. If you guys haven't heard stories about New York City in the 70s, Times Square was full of those XXX movie theaters that were open 24/7. Times Square. What was going on in Times Square in the 70s? How was New York in the 70s? Speak up. A lot of what?
A lot of fires.
A lot of fires?
Yeah.
What kind of fires?
People burning down buildings.
And what else?
A lot of fucking.
The peep shows and all that shit.
Oh, you want to know about 42nd Street?
Well, I just want to know about New York in the 70s, how you wouldn't think it would turn into New York of today. Tell us about New York in the 70s.
Well, back then, it was strictly about people. It was a people town, right?
No, how was it as far as violence, the streets of New York back then?
Real violent.
Yeah.
That's what you want to know?
Yeah, I want to know about the street life of New York.
So there was a lot of heroin. It was a lot of heroin back then. That's what was on the street. A lot of heroin, a lot of dope fiends. A lot of motherfucking killings. We had niggas fighting to sell heroin in the 70s.
What about the 42nd Street?
42nd Street was for the peep show and movies. Like you could go there and watch. You could sit in that motherfucker for $2 and sit there and watch 8 fucking movies all day. Right? They had one movie had nothing but a show, nothing but like karate flicks. And you'll sit there and watch 8 fucking movies. They had like, and you sit there for $2, watch them shits all day. Then they had those shits where you fucking put the quarter in and the bitch be playing with herself and all that dumb shit. Then they had, you go down the other block, it's just a whole bunch of those shits. Then you have people all over the streets. You go down there, it was
pimps and hoes all over the street.
Yeah, all over the street. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, babe. Okay, so that's what he meant by saying we grew up in New York in the 70s, and I hope you guys were able to hear that. We grew up in New York in the 70s, and we never thought it would become what it is now, a whole tourist attraction. This is who Ramaphosa brought with him to speak some sense to him and quit spreading this propaganda. What is really need to change South Africa? It has a total crime problem, and that is their problem. If you want to talk about murders, we're going to talk about murders on the real sense of what's going on and what's causing the murders in South Africa. It's not the propaganda, it's the wealth disparity and the crime rates. So that is what I wanted to talk about here.
Building 3 cottages for my grandchildren on a farm outside Conflating. I often go to bed without locking the door. And we have a serious problem with illegal aliens who stream across the border. And if you really look at our statistics, a lot of these murders, firstly, it's unemployment and illegal aliens. And then I met Vice President Vaz many years ago, the Charlie Rose show. My wife loved the book. And she reminded me this morning that you emphasized the devastation that occurs when big companies leave towns and cities, and there's a culture of dependency that develops. And I remember you discussing it. Now that's our problem. If we don't get our economy to grow, the culture of dependency and the lawlessness will increase. I forget being against apartheid all my life, and I'm their number one target. Please just Google my name and Malema. You'll see it, sir. He marched on the farm.
But the crime is bad.
The crime is terrible, sir, but Mr. Steenhuisen won't admit to it, but he runs the Western Cape where I live. And the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. Gangs. We've got gang warfare.
He said he runs where I live, and the biggest murder rate is in the Cape Flats. The Cape Flats is like the projects of South Africa. And somebody was talking about that. If you're not familiar with the Cape Flat, it'll put the projects in the United States to shame how violent it is. So while he wants to present that it's the white farmers who are dying in South Africa, no, they have a poverty problem. And if this budget passes, he's going to understand so much more about how poverty and disenfranchisement and hopelessness is going to fuel a whole lot of crime in the United States. Oh, but you got big crime there. You got big crime there. You know, he doesn't hear the results of the cause and effect of the crime. He said that when you have big companies leaving, and we have seen company after company, layoff after layoff on the news over the past 20 years or so. AT&T is laying off 3,000, 9,000, 8,000 workers. So over the years of all of these corporations leaving the United States, you don't understand how this makes people more dependent. How you don't understand how people get more dependent when you don't demand nothing of the corporations that are here, like the corporations who make the most money in the United States, but they don't offer any benefits, any decent pay for the people that they employ, so they can just pile money upon themselves and their shareholders. He don't understand how any of this works. He's a fucking fool. Let's continue.
Like your M33, what these guys? We've got equivalents there, but we need your help, sir.
Watch what eggs did to Chuck Norris's daughter.
Okay, so that is in my description box. Go over there and check out that whole interview. It's just far too many commercials in this. Let me move forward. Let me share this. Abby Phillips. The conversation that has this visit has stimulated.
Said he was accused of allowing, quote, genocide of white. Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. Let's get right to what America's talking about. An Oval Office ambush. South African President Cyril Ramaphosa thought he was joining President Trump at the White House to reset relations. Instead, he was accused of allowing, quote, genocide of white South African farmers to happen under his watch. Watch this.
We have thousands of stories talking about it. And we have documentaries, we have news stories. Excuse me, turn the lights down. Turn the lights down and just put this on. It's right behind you. Johan.
There's nothing this parliament can do. With or without you, people are going to occupy land.
The evidence that Trump is showing there with the press in the room has been debunked. There is nothing substantive to these claims that there is a genocide happening in South Africa. But that still didn't stop the White House from fast-tracking the refugee status of 59 white South Africans just last week. Now, here are the actual facts around this. In the last 9 months of 2024, there were more than 19,000 murders in South Africa. Only 36 happened on farms, and only 7 of the victims were farmers. How many of them were white? We don't know, because official data is not broken down by race. Now, even a State Department report in Trump's first term addressed the claims of race-motivated attacks on white farmers. That same report goes on to say that those attacks and murders increased in line with the overall rise in violent crime in the country. Still, Trump accused the South African president of doing nothing to stop his unsubstantiated claim of genocide.
But you do allow them to take land.
No.
You do allow them to take land.
Nobody can
and then
take
when
land.
they take the land, they kill the white farmer. And when they kill the white farmer, nothing happens to them.
No, there is
nothing happens.
There is criminality in our country. People who do get killed, unfortunately, through criminal activity, are not only white people. Majority of them are black people. And we have now
The farmers are black. The farmers are not black. I don't say that's good or bad, but the farmers are not black.
Joining us in our fifth seat at the table is Elise Labott. She is the Edward R. Murrow Press Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations and host of Cosmopolitics on Substack. And you can see there why President Ramaphosa was a negotiator for the anti-apartheid government, because he had extraordinary patience in trying to explain to Trump that what he is claiming there in the Oval Office for the world to see is just not true.
That's right. And he also, brought some props with him. He brought some South African golfers, a coffee table book. He knows that, he needs to kind of, in this feudal system, bring gifts to President Trump. It wasn't enough to stop that ambush, but he tried to, correct the facts, let him know that the majority, and there is a lot of crime in South Africa, the majority is not against whites, it's against blacks. The majority is not against farmers, as you said in the intro. President Trump didn't want to hear any of it. It wasn't till one of the golfers and one of the white billionaires that he brought with him and said, look, President Trump, this is what's going on. And I think that's when, then there was a joke about the jet, which we'll talk about later. But that's when I think the meeting kind of turned and the tensions were lowered a little bit.
This is straight out of the conspiracy land of the far right. And it is not based in fact. And it's amazing that this was.
Now look at the look on his face when she said this is straight out of the conspiracy land, and look how he frowns up his face like, are you kidding me? This is true. Look at this. Look at the look on his face. Body language.
Conspiracy land of the far right. And it is not based in fact. And it's amazing that this has actually become the foreign policy of the United States based on just straight up. I mean, we have the numbers. It is completely unsubstantiated. I mean,
you're saying it's not true that some white farmers have been murdered?
No, it's not true that there is a genocide against white.
Okay, whatever you call it, have white
Yeah.
farmers been murdered?
Actually, how many?
Have
White
violent-
No. What we're dealing with is the fact. Everybody's been murdered. People from every demographic has been murdered. So are we going to say that everybody who has been murdered is genocide upon them? Why are you worried about? You see that there are 7 murders on farms, but what about those other 19,000 murders? So which one would be the genocide? You're talking about farmers. There have been 7 murders on farms as opposed to 19,000 murders everywhere else. Are you saying that there has not been murders on farms? There have been 7. But what about the 19,000? Which one would more likely be genocide? Since you want to call a murder genocide, which one would be more likely a genocide?
Violence been committed against
how
white
many
farmers.
white farmers? Hold on a second. How many white farmers have been murdered?
I don't know, several. I mean, they asked,
No. How many? How many?
I don't know.
I don't know, several. I don't know, several. But you're sitting up here trying to say that we should still consider this as genocide. Let's continue.
I know why you don't know, because those numbers don't exist broken down by race.
I mean,
How
I
many
know that.
black-
I wouldn't
how
trust the
many
South
black
African government to tell me. I know that.
How many black farmers have been murdered in South Africa?
Look, you
don't know, but you wouldn't trust the South African government to tell you. But you don't even know. But you're acting so. Therefore, we should take the position based on absolutely nothing, that there's white genocide going on, and thus that it makes it okay for the United States to bring these white Afrikaners in when they're denying the entry of anybody else who under any type of political violence in their country for applying for a safe status in the United States. It's not like they could do this. No, 4547 has did an executive order going back and preventing this to happen. But he overrode his own executive orders for white people. Let's continue. Who are not being persecuted in their country.
You guys are so triggered over 59 people.
No, I'm not.
After we left 20 million people in the country. I don't know why you're so
Haven't even
triggered
brought
over
up the people, the white people that Trump picked out because they were white and told them they could come to the country.
How much racial
There are
killing are you going to condone?
There are 19,000 murders in South Africa. 36 were on farms. 7 of the farmers were victims. Okay, this is according to the South African police.
And you think the South African government is
The
a
other
credible source?
29, hold on a second. The 29 victims who were included in the farm killings were farm employees who tend to be black. So the vast majority of people killed on farms in South Africa are black. Where is the concern about them?
The concern is that there are white farmers who have had violence committed against them.
No.
They're being threatened. They're being threatened every single day.
She said, where's the concern about them? And he goes back, the concern is there are white farmers. There is no concern about them. That's what he just said. There is no concern about them. So this link is in my description box. Please avail yourself to it. Hey, kind to me, how are you doing? BS. All they're working for is re-election. Who are you speaking specifically of? It's unclear to me, Liz. I just saw your comment. So let me go back and move on. Liz says all they're working for is re-election. So let me see what else I want to share with you today. Daddy's home. I've shared all that. Oh, why so mute on this genocide? Let me share this one with you. Why is he so mute on this genocide? If you guys haven't been watching these judicial hearings, you're missing out on a lot. Here is Marco Rubio being questioned. The House Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to turn to the war in Sudan. This is, as you know, the world's largest displacement and humanitarian crisis. 500,000 people are facing famine. I saw firsthand the suffering when I visited Sudanese refugees in Chad. Earlier this year, and again yesterday, you reiterated that the Rapid Support Forces, a militia, is committing a genocide in Sudan. Is that correct?
So where is all the outrage about these Sudanese people being killed? Where is all the outrage about this genocide? Where is it? Actual factual reported on. You can see the film. You can see the footage of these all of these villages where nothing but bodies are surrounding. Where's the outrage? Here we go.
We're very concerned about what both sides are doing, frankly, but the RSF in particular.
Correct. I agree with that. You also said as part of that, that all of our engagement with the UAE, we need to raise the fact that they are openly supporting an entity that is carrying out a genocide. And yet, President Trump continues to arm the UAE. In fact, he just blew through Ranking Member Meek's congressional hold on over $1 billion in arms sales, ignoring this committee's longstanding role as an independent check on major arms sales. And we can have...
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? We're supposed to be so concerned about genocide, but your 4547 just made an arms deal with the UAE, who the UAE is allegedly supplying the arms to for the RS whatever. What is it? The RS whatever. RS people who are committing the genocide, but you don't have nothing to say about that. Where's the disconnect? Where's the concern about genocide when 4547 is over there making Bitcoin deals with the UAE? Where's the concern? And agreeing to sell guns to the people who are allegedly giving the guns that are allegedly committing the genocide. But he would take in people wherever it happens. When he is over there making deals with the people who are allegedly making it happen. If you didn't hear what she said, if you didn't know what she's asking, because he has even set aside a clause that would not allow the U.S. to sell guns to the UAE. Why? Because he's profiting personally for himself and for his family. See, that's what corruption is. See, that's what double dealing is. The hell with what's okay with the world. It's about my personal wealth.
Congressional hold on over $1 billion in arms sales, ignoring this committee's longstanding role as an independent check on major arms sales. And we can have a policy debate here about the merits of continuing to arm the UAE. In fact, he just blew through that is carrying out a genocide. And yet, President engagement with the UAE, we need to raise the fact that they are openly supporting an entity that is carrying out a genocide. And yet, President Trump continues to arm the UAE. In fact, he just blew through Ranking Member Meek's congressional hold on over $1 billion in arms sales, ignoring this committee's longstanding role as an independent check on major arms sales. And we can have a policy debate here about the merits of continuing to arm the UAE or not, despite this genocide. I had that same conversation with Secretary Blinken, but actually, I want to talk about the events that led up to that decision. So on April 30th, the Trump Organization, which Donald Trump still owns, unveiled plans to build an 80-story Trump Tower in Dubai. Then on May 1st, Trump's crypto company, World Liberty Financial, secured a $2 billion deal with an Emirati company with deep ties to the government. And only 11 days later, on May 12th, your department notified our committee that it would ignore Ranking Member Meek's hold on UAE arms sales. Secretary Rubio, we have a president who is personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government-backed company at the same time he is selling lethal weapons to that same government. Isn't that a clear conflict of interest?
I think no matter who was president, they would have to deal with the UAE. We have to. They're a member.
That's not my question. We can have a policy debate about how we should engage with the UAE.
They're making claims about corruption, and I'm answering that any president in the United States, I don't care who the president is, would have to deal with UAE. They're a member of the
Yeah, everybody would have to deal with UAE, but would they have to deal with the UAE and give the UAE everything they want, ignoring what the UAE is doing because they are personally getting wealthy off of deals with the UAE? We already know if you are a world leader, you're going to have to deal with other world leaders. But let's not pretend he's ignoring the whole premise, the whole question.
Profiting from a deal with a foreign government-backed company at the same time he is selling lethal weapons to that same government. Isn't that a clear conflict of interest?
Yes,
I
it
think
is.
no matter who was president, they would have to deal with the UAE. We have to. They're a member.
That's not my question.
She asked you, isn't that a conflict? Yes, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a conflict that you are willing to ignore. Are you getting something off of the deal? Are you getting a percentage of this deal to come up here and sit up here and make a total fool of yourself? You're not getting rich off this deal, or are you? Who knows?
We can have a policy debate about how we should engage with the UAE.
They're
I
making
just
claims
visited
about
there a
corruption,
few
and I'm
weeks ago.
answering that any president in the United States, I don't care who the president is, would have to deal with UAE. They're a member of the Abraham Accords, number one. They've been incredibly cooperative on a bunch of other issues. We don't agree with them on 100%. We have concerns about some of the things they do, but this is called the balancing of foreign policy.
Secretary
It is in our
Rubio, I
national
don't
interest
disagree
to
with
have
you.
a good relationship with the UAE, despite the fact that there are things we do we don't like.
Secretary Rubio, I don't disagree with you. I just visited the UAE a couple weeks ago and had these very same conversations there, but I don't think this is a complicated question. President Trump is personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government while selling weapons to that same government who is enabling a genocide. Policy aside, are you really saying you don't think this is a conflict of interest?
No, you're making claims. The president's family owns a business and they can conduct business anywhere in the world they want. The president's never once raised business deals in UAE when talking about it. Any president would have to have a relationship with the UAE.
Secretary Rubio,
the
that's
previous
just silly.
administration had one too.
President Trump has retained his ownership of these companies. And I have an image right here from World Liberty Financial's website. So the idea that President Trump is not the face of the brand of this company on top from benefiting from them, and it literally says on the website that Mr. Trump and his family members own a 60% stake in this company, that's silly. So we can talk about the policy merits. That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you a very simple question. Do you believe it's a conflict of interest to have a president personally profiting from a deal with a foreign government while selling weapons to that same government who's enabling a genocide?
I don't accept the premise of your question. I think this has nothing to do with personally benefiting from anything. This has to do with the fact that in order to conduct foreign policy in the Middle East, you're going to have to deal with the UAE.
Mr. Secretary, this is a clear conflict of interest, and anyone with any common sense can see that. The president is personally benefiting from billions of dollars of deals, and he doesn't care at all about the people of Sudan who are experiencing famine and genocide. It's shocking to me that you can't admit that. It's clear that you seem more concerned about staying in Trump's good graces than sticking up for human rights and American values that you once were a champion for. With that, I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Representative Olszewski.
Well, you make these claims about staying in good graces. You accuse people of
Reclaiming
being
my time,
corrupt.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr.
False.
Secretary. I appreciate a softball for you, yes or no, since I don't have a lot of time, and I appreciate it. The chairman gives me a few seconds back. Softball for you. Would you, yes or no, as secretary, find it outrageous for you to solicit or accept a $200,000 Rolls Royce from a foreign government for personal or State Department use?
That offer's never been made to me.
Yes. So you would reject that offer?
The offer of a Rolls Royce?
Yes.
I don't understand the purpose of that
You
question.
would.
That's a silly question.
The fact that you can't answer the question,
I
Mr.
just answered. I
Secretary,
said it's silly.
silly because you would accept it or not?
Of course not. Who would accept it? But no
Well,
one's
then
giving-
I think you should
What are
maybe
you
perhaps,
equating that to?
perhaps, Mr. Secretary, reclaim my time. I think you are an honorable man by most accounts, but the man that you work for doesn't. And the fact that he is soliciting and accepting a $400 million plane is problematic. And you should know about it. It came up in a Senate hearing. You should read about it, add it to your reading, because it is problematic for foreign policy. It adds to the corruption that my colleague just said. And I hope you speak out against it. Thank you.
Okay, if you didn't see that, now you've seen that.
Well, sadistic zombies is not the kind of phrase you expect from Nobel Prize winning.
I don't know. The House just passed the bill. Okay, so people will be finding out. He proclaimed that he wanted to protect Medicare and all of this, Medicare, Medicaid, and come to find out, while they were debating about the people who were going to lose their coverage on Medicare, they had snuck. They said that the bill went from 28 pages to over 300 pages when they presented it to them. They presented it to them last Friday. It was 28 pages. When they came to vote on it Tuesday, it had a balloon to over 300 and something pages. Something that they didn't have time to make amends to. And then the last time that I heard about how many pages this bill was, it was over 1,000 pages. From 28 pages to over 1,000 pages. And it is still being discovered the things that have been taken out of the bill. Okay, thank you, Nappy Child, for giving me that information. Let me see if I could find a little information about what is in the bill. I know that they have defunded Planned Parenthood in its entirety. Meanwhile, some people just associate Planned Parenthood with abortions, but Planned Parenthood is a place that where many poor women go for OBGYN checkups and things like that. Let me see. I don't see anything. Let me let me see. Okay, House Budget Committee passes Trump's big, beautiful budget. Okay, let's check this out. This is prior to the bill passing. Let's look at some of the things that were actually in the budget bill. I can't remember. I was half asleep when I heard all of the things that they had snuck into this budget. Maybe it's here.
Republicans in the House of Representatives are desperately trying to figure out how to pass a bill that Donald Trump urged them to vote for today, apparently not realizing that if Republicans do pass this bill, they will lose the House of Representatives in the next election, and that would once again expose Donald Trump to the possibility of being impeached by the House of Representatives when it is controlled by.
And that's why I don't think that there is going to be a midterm election. We have seen all the lawlessness, all the agencies that have illegally been shut down under this administration, all of the allocated funds that have been frozen by this administration, these people in this administration who refuse to tell what they are doing with all of the money that has already been allocated to spend, but they have not spent it in the areas that they are supposed to spend it on, and refuse to tell anyone what about the waste, fraud, and abuse? Where is this money going? Okay, so therefore I do not think that there is going to be a midterm election. People think that they're cutting off their nose to spite their face. No, they're in on the whole shebang. He can declare martial law when the election comes up, and postpone the election inevitable forever. He can postpone the election and say that I put the whole country under martial law. The thing that and halt the election. The thing that he thought that Zelensky should be doing in the middle of a whole open war, that he should have held elections. But watch what happens when the midterm elections come around.
By the Democrats. Donald Trump will have 2 years of impeachment exposure there, with Hakeem Jeffries as the possible next Speaker of the House of Representatives, if the Republicans managed to do what they're trying to do tonight. That will be partly the result. Donald Trump plays politics the way he does everything else. Immediate gratification, no long-term planning. That is apparently how Donald Trump ended up alone in a hotel room with porn star Stormy Daniels, which eventually led to him being convicted 34 felonies in the aftermath of that particular pursuit of instant gratification with no long-term planning. Most presidents actually throughout our history have never made a trip up to Congress to try to push a bill in trouble over the legislative finish line. Most presidents never did that in their entire presidency. It is not a sign of strength that Donald Trump had to go to the House of Representatives today and beg them in person to pass a giant tax cut bill that is filled with all sorts of other things that Donald Trump doesn't understand, that violate Trump campaign promises like cuts to Medicaid and ending a provision of the Affordable Care Act that will rip healthcare coverage away. Between the Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act, a total of 13 million people, according to the expert projections of the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office. And as of now, right now, Republicans do not have the votes to pass that bill in the House of Representatives. But Politico is reporting tonight. Speaker Johnson's leadership circle believes they can lean on the final holdouts until they break, possibly with help from Trump. Well, that has worked almost every time for Donald Trump. It didn't work in 2017 when Senator John McCain, who knew he was dying then, suffering from a fatal cancer, cast the decisive vote at 1:29 a.m. to defeat Donald Trump's final attempt to repeal Obamacare. It's always in the middle of the night, because the congressional leadership trying to pass a difficult bill by one vote is always trying to rush it, because the longer you let members think about it, maybe sleep on it, a difficult vote, the less likely you are to get that difficult vote from those members. And in the end, leadership uses the physical fatigue of the middle of the night session as another way of crushing the strength of the holdouts. And so in the middle of the night tonight, the weak Republican Speaker of the House will try to get a vote through the Rules Committee beginning at 1 a.m. The Rules Committee is the last stop for any bill being voted on by the House of Representatives before it goes to the House floor. If the bill makes it through the Rules Committee, increase the national debt by greater amounts, then they won't vote for a Trump bill. Chip Roy of Texas every time does the same grandstand performances, holds out for a few days about how outrageous it is that we have not brought the budget deficit to zero and eliminated the national debt, and how dare we raise the debt ceiling again. Chip Roy has voted to increase the national debt by greater amounts than the national debt increased during the entire Senate career of Joe Biden. That's how much Republicans, through massive tax cuts and overspending, especially overspending on defense, have increased the national debt. Donald Trump has, knowingly or unknowingly, it's always impossible to tell with him, agreed to violate his campaign pledge to not cut Medicaid. In this massive budget bill, there are the biggest cuts to Medicaid in the history of the program, cuts that will throw 8 million people out of the Medicaid system and leave them without health insurance of any kind and no chance of getting it. Donald Trump promised he would never do that. Today, he told the gathered news media at the Capitol that the lie that he's not in favor of cutting Medicaid. He just wants to eliminate waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid. Donald Trump was unable to identify a single item of waste or fraud or abuse in the Medicaid system, and no reporter who asked him a question even tried to press him on that point of what waste, fraud, and abuse is, because the Washington news media plays by completely different rules with Donald Trump. And the number one rule is, generally speaking, and this doesn't apply to every one of them, but it overwhelmingly applies to the group, the number one determining factor in the way they treat Donald Trump is overwhelming fear. That is what allows Donald Trump to simply talk over the reporters without ever being interrupted by a reporter. They never scream at Donald Trump the way they screamed at Joe Biden because, among other things, they are very much afraid of Donald Trump, just like Republican members of Congress. And so the right-wingers who claim to be the so-called budget hawks, the Republicans who claim that they care about the national debt more than anything else, those Republicans will, as they always have, go along with Donald Trump and be willing to vote another huge increase in the national debt. And this time, the bill is going to pass or be defeated with the votes of New York Republicans and California Republicans in the House, who will have to betray their constituents and the promises that they made to their constituents in their last congressional campaign in order to vote for this bill. Donald Trump is not the only Republican who is violating his campaign pledges by supporting this bill. You will hear the word SALT thrown around about this legislation. It is one of those completely indefensible and unnecessary shorthands that the political community uses, in this case, for state and local taxes. See, that's how easy it is to say, state and local taxes. For the lifetimes of everyone listening to my voice now on television or Sirius radio, state income taxes and property taxes have always been fully deductible on your federal income tax return. And that's how some people are able to afford their homes, because they can deduct the property taxes on their homes from their tax returns. That's the key that enables them to afford their homes. And it took Republicans in the Trump presidency and Donald Trump to decide to virtually eliminate that deductibility. They limited that deductibility, which used to be unlimited. They limited it at $10,000, which is less than the property tax bill of many middle-class taxpayers on Long Island and in California and in Pennsylvania. And in typical Trumpian fashion, having inflicted this pain on those taxpayers, which dramatically increased the tax burden on those taxpayers, the overall tax burden. When Donald Trump campaigned for the presidency last year, he said he was going to eliminate the tax pain that he inflicted on them. Donald Trump's tax cut during his first presidency was the first tax cut in history that actually raised taxes on some taxpayers. And it did it by eliminating the deductibility of state and local taxes on a federal tax return. Many, many, many people around the country saw their overall tax burden increase, their whole tax burden increased significantly after Donald Trump's so-called tax cut, which was not a tax cut for them. It was a tax increase. And it wasn't a tax cut for people around the country who ended up paying more in taxes because of the elimination of the deductibility of state and local taxes. And so when Donald Trump was campaigning last year, he knew this was a problem. And so he promised those taxpayers whose taxes he had raised that he would fix it. The guy who caused the problem came to the voters of Long Island and said to them, and elsewhere in the country, Pennsylvania, said to those voters, in effect, vote for me and I'll fix the problem that I caused you. He forgot to mention at the time that he caused the problem. Here he is on Long Island last September making that promise.
I will cut taxes for families, small businesses, and workers, including restoring the SALT deduction, saving thousands of dollars for residents of New York, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and other high-cost states.
That audience knew what SALT meant. Did you hear that cheer go up? That audience on Long Island knew exactly what he was talking about when he said the SALT deduction, because their tax burden went up because Donald Trump made state and local taxes no longer fully deductible. To say that he was going to restore the SALT deduction, meaning the SALT deduction was going to be what it was before Donald Trump. And that means unlimited, just like the charitable deduction, almost every other deduction in the tax code. And now Donald Trump is supporting a bill that will not restore the deductibility of all state and local taxes. The bill will move the cap on that deduction from $10,000 to $40,000 as of this hour tonight. And that is not what Republican members of the House of Representatives from New York promised their constituents. They promised to get them back to the good old times in taxation under President Obama, when they could fully deduct their state and local taxes. The senior senator from New York alerted New York voters today about what Donald Trump and New York Republican members of the House of Representatives are doing to them once again.
When Trump came to Long Island and talked a big game about restoring SALT relief, I called it a farce. It was actually a lie. And today he has proved himself a liar and has seemingly played New York Republicans for fools.
And now the New York Republicans like Mike Lawler and Elise Stefanik have their choice tonight at this very hour. Vote like fools and lose their re-elections to the House of Representatives next year, or defy Donald Trump. If the bill passes, it will be reported as a Trump win. If the bill passes, those House Republicans in New York, in Pennsylvania, in California will go from currently being the most vulnerable Republicans in next year's elections campaign to Republicans who do not stand a chance in next year's congressional campaign. And so in the politics of governing, the news media constantly makes the mistake of declaring a winner in the first inning of a 9-inning game. If the Republicans pass this bill in the House of Representatives, they will lose those seats in New York. They will lose the House of Representatives. And if they don't pass this bill, then the Republican House of Representatives becomes the Republican House of Chaos. And they will also lose the election for the House of Representatives next year after 2 years of being the Republican House of Chaos. And so no matter what the outcome, the House Republicans, with Donald Trump's complete lack of comprehension, have constructed for themselves a legislative suicide pact that only the most incompetent haters of government could construct, and only the kinds of politicians who absolutely don't mean anything they say could construct and vote for. Chip Roy and the so-called hardcore budget hawks have never meant what they say, and they've proved that over and over again. They have always voted when their votes were needed to increase the national debt. And now, in Long Island and in Pennsylvania and in California, Republicans are going to find out if their House members lied to them about their tax burden. It is not a sign of strength that the final key legislative committee process to move this bill is scheduled to occur at 1 a.m. in the middle of the night. They don't want you to know. They don't want you to.
Okay, so I found this thanks to Nappy Chow. Let's watch this vote. And wow, I will share the vote with you. Here we are. 215 Republicans, yes. 2 Republicans so far has voted against this. 1 Republican has voted present. Okay. I don't know what envy is. No. Not vote. 2 have not voted as of yet. Let's watch this. Let me make sure I'm sharing it. Yeah, I am sharing it. So let's watch this vote. Okay, and we're not going to forget that they have put in this package. Oh, hold on.
Answering present. The bill is passed. USA. Present. The bill is passed. On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with 1 answering present. The bill is passed.
Okay, so I'm not sure who voted present. 214 to 215, and 1 voting. You may as well voted yes. Voting present allowed them to pass it. I don't know what you thought you were doing by voting present. As opposed to voting no. You think that this is going to give you out for saying, oh, well, I didn't vote yes on the bill. You're out as well. You're still out. Okay, so I already had predicted. I don't know what these Republicans think they are doing by going along with all of this stuff that the administration has put upon them, and not having the balls to vote in the best interest of the people who have put them in office. But they will soon find out. We'll see if there is a midterm election. So with all things considered, I do not think that there will be a midterm election. This is just my thought.
On this vote, the yeas are 215, the nays are 214, with 1 answering present. The bill is passed.
USA. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Okay, so let me see if there's any more breaking news on this. Let's see what else there is. Nope, that's it. That's all I can find on that topic. Okay. So, what do you guys think about that? I thought, oh yeah, that is just a House vote. Oh, yeah, because I was thinking that this was the second vote. Oh my God! Thank you for reminding me, Nappy Child. Oh, because he is over the House. Oh my God! I thought that that was a final vote, girl. I was just like, oh, you have got to be kidding me. Okay, so it has passed all the hurdles to be put on the floor for the final vote. I forgot Mike Johnson is in Congress and not the Senate. Oh, girl, I was just about to be done. I was just about to be done. Thank you for reminding me. Now, I want to share with you guys a little of the back and forth that went on last night behind this when they were supposed to be debating this bill. Let me share my screen with you. Whew. But I actually think that it's still going to be the same thing. Let me share a little of this with you.
Budget bill? Who put it in there? You saw the MAGA Republicans like.
No, some of the things that are in this bill is they are going to make it legal to have silencers again, and you're not going to have to register these silencers either. They are making it easier to have the capability to change your gun out, where it only you have to pull the trigger each time you want to release a bullet. They're gonna allow you to use a part where you just hold the trigger down and it will expel all the bullets, kind of like a old what did they call those guns? What did they call those guns? What was those guns that you just hold the trigger and just expel all your bullets that they used to use back there in the Al Capone days? Yeah, so that's in the bill. Let's see what else is
It's like, stop yelling at me. Stop yelling at me. Look, the Democrats were fighting all day, and this is what I wanted to see, Democrats going gloves off. So I want to show you this interaction between Democratic Congress member Neguse, where he speaks to the MAGA Republican Congress member and says, who the hell added a provision into a budget bill that not only provides tax exemptions for silencers, but adds a provision that clearly states that people no longer have to even register their silencers anymore, something that has been around since the days of Al Capone, that you have to register your silencers. Here, play this clip.
The question I have is, this was not in the bill that we were marking up. So whose vote was bought with this provision that silencers will no longer need to be registered with the ATF or subject to background checks, purchasers, that is to say? Like what member was on the fence about this bill and then went to Republican leadership and said, I know you're eliminating the tax on silencers, but if you can just eliminate all regulation of silencers, I will vote for this bill. Who's?
It did not eliminate all regulations of silencers.
Sure. So,
It's still subject. No, it doesn't.
No.
You don't know anything about this one, brother.
I haven't yielded to you yet, Mr. Scott.
I have 10 of them.
I haven't yielded to you yet.
I have 10 plus.
I haven't yielded to you yet, Mr. Scott. So,
Mr. Neguse has the time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This provision very clearly states that you no longer have to register silencers. with the ATF. Is that wrong? Is that incorrect?
That does not mean that you will not go through a background check. It will be
understand.
sold the same way a rifle
That's not the
is.
question I asked, Mr. Scott. I asked
Don't
whether
yell
this
at me.
provision,
I gave you an answer. You don't like it. It's over with.
this provision very clearly states
Let Mr. Neguse ask a question and answer it, please, Mr. Scott.
the National Firearm Act for 100 years, since the days of Al Capone, which is the impetus behind the National Firearm Act in the first instance, has required registration for those purchasing silencers. That was the case up until 45 minutes ago, when Republicans negotiated the elimination of that registration requirement. Fairly straightforward. I don't really know who in the Republican caucus was adamant that this provision was the key to unlocking their support.
And I don't believe anyone here, excuse me for interrupting, but I don't.
No, why are you interrupting? He has the floor. A bitch, shut the fuck up. The man has admitted it and tried to grandstand, but now I'm not gonna answer the question. Bitch.
I don't think anybody here knows that either, Mr. Neguse.
Got it.
Then the Democrats continued to press these MAGA Republicans and point out that the MAGA Republicans don't even know what the hell is in this budget bill. And why in this budget bill are we prioritizing, or I should say the MAGAs and the Trumps prioritizing tax breaks for silencers while kicking 14 million Americans off of Medicaid. And we learned that this disastrous budget is also kicking people off of Medicare too. Play this clip.
This long-standing federal policy should be overturned in the middle of the night, and I'd urge a yes vote on my amendment. Yes, and I'll yield to Mr. McGovern.
Mr. Scott.
It's actually not a silencer, it's a suppressor. It doesn't.
I'm sorry, it is still my time. If we look at your manager's amendment, it says that the section is amended by striking any silencer. The
Okay.
whole
Well,
National
then I
Firearms
apologize.
Act.
I don't want to argue with you.
And you can
but-
look up the National Firearms
Yeah,
Act.
you actually did want to argue with her. No, you didn't want to argue with her. You wanted to lie.
I'm sorry, it's still my time, and I'm yielding to Mr. McGovern.
I would just say, I support.
Oh, never mind then. I thought you want to engage in a debate, but I'm opposed to it.
I had yielded to him first.
Of course you are.
And Democratic Congresswoman Fernandez was bringing the fight. Here's what she had to say. Play this clip.
There is a better explanation, and that is because we are continuing the tax cuts that were in the TCJA. It is being done as a cautionary measure to make sure that there is nothing seen in here that
Madam Chair,
implicate a tax increase.
yeah, but Madam Chair, if you are describing those
Madam
as
Chair.
tax cuts, you would not need a authorization for a tax rate increase. This is about increasing your taxes. So you are authorizing the increase of taxes without the required vote in the rules.
I think we've been very clear.
And another hat tip to Democratic Congressmember Neguse right here, grilling Jim Jordan so hard in the morning that Jordan had to consult with lawyers. Hat tip to Aaron Rupert for picking up this clip right here. Here, play this clip right here.
We'll walk through it together here. A constituent in Ohio who believes that their information was improperly released by the IRS. I remember you've served on the Judiciary Committee for many years. Hold on.
We're talking about in the context of immigration cases.
This is all cases. This is not immigration cases. The plain language of this statute that you have written applies to every conceivable case brought in a federal court, period. IRS cases, patent cases, immigration cases. If you have a constituent that sues the ATF, this provision applies to them. This is the point. And you can visit with your lawyers and maybe they can provide you with the clarity, but it is unquestionably the case that this provision applies to every plaintiff.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
correct. I think we're on the same page now.
The judge can set the security at whatever level he wants. What's typically happened in these cases is he just waiving it. No one's putting it up, and they're getting this injunction that applies nationwide,
Correct.
which is the concern.
I hear you.
Are you okay with the nationwide injunction
I hear
issued
you.
by one single federal judge?
We'll get to that part, Mr. Jordan. Let's complete the analysis on this piece, because to your point, as you said, this particular provision doesn't require a specific amount of security. It's essentially saying to the federal court, it has to require some security. And my point is that this is a deep deviation from existing federal law. This has never been the case. We've never said to constituents, hold on, Mr. Jordan, I'll give you a chance to respond. We've never said to American citizens and constituents that in order to vindicate their rights in federal court, they're going to be required to provide a security when their constitutional rights have been violated by their government. And I find it astounding. I'm not sure that many of your colleagues understand the full import of this. They will by the time this gets to the floor. I imagine there will be a lot of limited government advocates who will find deep reasons to be concerned about this type of provision, because as you could imagine, it will preclude folks from being able to vindicate their constitutional rights. Now, I would also say the way that you have written it, as you've noted, it's retroactive, right? So this applies to any...
I just want to say the situation we're trying to address is what's been happening around the country.
You
And
didn't write it that way.
As you know, a single federal judge gets cases brought to the judge. They waive the security and then issue a decision that applies nationwide to all immigrants who are in that
Why
situation.
didn't you put nationwide in this language?
Well, we can look at the language. I mean,
it's
so
6 a.m. You're voting on this thing in like 10 hours. What are we talking about?
And by the way, not just hat tip to Aaron Rupert, but to our very own Acyn, A-C-Y-N, the superstar clipper himself, who uses the software called Snapstream for all of his clipping. Shout out to Snapstream, which he used.
Shout out to Snapstream. I'm going to have to get me some Snapstream.
And we use to get these clips. It's how he watches all of these screens at the same time. Here, Acyn is showing another committee hearing. This was not about the budget. This was just about basic due process. And Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett had to school MAGA Republican Congressmember Kiley about the basics of due process. It's gloves off, but it's also education time for these MAGA Republicans to read the freaking Constitution. Here, play this clip right here.
Who accused me and my colleagues over here of ignoring the Constitution. And if that were true, that'd be a very serious matter. So I did want to just inquire as to what exactly the accusation is. So I'll happily yield to the gentlewoman from Texas if she'd like to respond. Do you believe that someone who has snuck into our country, entered the United States illegally, that the due process requirements for that individual are the same as they are for a U.S. citizen?
Do you believe that you're not about to get read to the bottom, from the top of your head to the soles of your feet, with this confused look on your face? Like, are you actually trying to say this? Are you so dumb that you think? Let's see how this works out for you.
I thought the question was for me, but it seems like the lawyers on this side, or just my entire team, knows the answer. Per the Constitution, yes, if you are on our soil, you are guaranteed due process. And the fact that there's even a question is why we are struggling right now. In addition to, an additional issue that I have is the executive order that was signed by the president that seemed to get rid of birthright citizenship, which also is laid out in the Constitution, which is why even the most conservative judges have ruled against. There is no one that has ruled that that was okay.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
So
thank you.
That's simply untrue. The Supreme Court has made it very clear that due process is a context-dependent inquiry. And someone who is here illegally in this country facing deportation, the requirements of due process are specific to that.
So I just want to clarify, and I know that there's lawyers on that side. It's just like we have different standards in general. Like you have a higher standard when it comes to a criminal case versus a civil case, right? So is preponderance is going to be the burden on a civil case, and then it's going to be higher as it relates to a criminal case, right? It's beyond a reasonable doubt. That is going to be the burden of proof. when the Supreme Court was making distinctions, the distinctions weren't necessarily between is this person a citizen or is this person not. That it wasn't a matter of certain people are not allowed to have due process, but it's kind of like there's different ways to evaluate things. The amount of protections that you are going to have in any criminal case. If you think about those that are charged with murder, whether they are a citizen or not, guess what? The burden of proof is still going to be the same. The burden of proof is still going to be beyond a reasonable doubt. There was never a distinction that said somehow, depending upon your status, you somehow lose your access to due process. And frankly, that is honestly the only thing that the Supreme Court has been consistent on, is that there are due process rights that are going to be afforded to everyone that is found within our jurisdiction in the United States. I have not seen a case where they have said, no, it's okay for someone not to have due process. That is why the plane that was about to leave Texas, they said stop the plane literally at 1 a.m. because there had not been due process for those that were currently being held in the administration's custody. And thank you so much.
The weather is heating up and your nighttime bedroom temperature has a huge impact on your sleep quality. If you wake up too hot or too cold,
This is simple and straightforward. Who is striking work requirement provisions that are now saying 8-year-olds are no longer dependents? 8-year-olds are no longer dependents as a way for you to kick children off of their health care? Play this clip.
My amendment would strike an especially harsh provision in this bill that is rooted in cruelty, not policy. This simple, straightforward amendment would strike the work requirement provision in this big, bad, ugly bill that lowers the age of what we call a dependent child from 18 to 7. From 18 years old to 7 years old. So I'm abundantly clear.
So you will not be able to claim your child above the age of 7 as a dependent. Isn't that beautiful? These are the things that are hidden in the bill that they are amending after 1 a.m. in the morning when it was scheduled for any amendments. 1,000 pages that were put upon them. These are some of the things that has passed Congress in this big, beautiful bill. So if your child at 8 years old is no longer going to be a dependent, and we know that they have eliminated the Department of Education, will that then mean that your 8-year-old child, if they are not allowed to get in a school, say if you have a child with a disability, say if the school decides not to take your Black child because they don't take Black children, will that child then have to show that they're being productive by doing something like working? We know that they have reduced the age in child labor. They have, in some states, they have said that it is okay for your child to work 40 hours or more. In some states, they have said that it is okay for your child to work in a job that is an overnight position. So why would they do that? I wonder. Child labor, anybody?
We're saying that 8.
That's the easiest labor to manipulate as well. We know that we're entering the what is it, the new golden age. What was happening in the old golden age, the old gilded age? There was a whole lot of child labor. These children who they don't have to have workers compensation on, that if they get hurt in these job positions that they have, they don't have to pay workers comp on them. So they just send them home to their poor parents who don't have Medicaid to take their children to see a doctor. All of this. What is this? What is this? Third world country shit.
9 and 10-year-olds are no longer considered dependent children. Where did this come from? Why is this necessary? Since when is a first grader not a dependent child? Preventing families with children as young as 7 from losing food assistance, that is what we're debating here.
And I like this tactic here by Democratic Congress member Kassar from Texas. I'm sure you've seen him a lot on the Midas Touch Network. And here he goes, look, who wants to debate me? I will hand my mic over and yield to anybody who wants to explain to me how we are okay with now kicking people off healthcare or making healthcare so unaffordable so you can give your tax cuts to the billionaires. I'm waiting. I'll yield. Who wants the debate? Of course, there were no takers. Play this clip.
I will hand the mic over, yield my time to any of my Republican colleagues that want to address the amount of money that their tax-paying citizens are going to have to pay in increased premiums for their healthcare. If anybody wants to mention, we have the numbers. Everybody here has the numbers. How much your constituents are going to have to pay more every year in healthcare because of this bill? I don't know the numbers for my district. It's going to be a 50% increase, over $400 in my district. And that's actually not even close to how much in many of the Republican districts there's going to be an increase. I would yield the mic.
I think we're 78% in my district.
78% in Mr. McGovern's district.
78% more you're going to have to pay on your health insurance because of this bill in some districts. It's going to vary state by state. You're paying more as they are kicking poor people off allegedly to save money, to give tax cuts to the rich. And with more people off of health insurance, the price of health care, it goes up. Because why? Because these people who have been kicked off of their health insurance have no other options but to use emergency rooms for their care. Emergency room that is way more expensive for people who have uninsured people. And do you think all these emergency rooms are going to even admit these people? Do you think these emergency rooms are going to even see these people? Do you think that going to an emergency room who will give you a prescription for the most 10 days is going to be adequate to treat people who have chronic conditions? Do you think that the emergency room is not going to the insurance companies are not going to pass it on to you who are insured, the cost to you? And these are the budget hawks. These are the Republicans, but they're not going to debate this man about how much it's going to charge. It's going to increase their constituents' insurance. He gets no takers. And they've passed this bill through Congress. I hope you guys know who your Congress man or woman is. And I hope you guys call your congressman and congresswoman and let them know how you feel. That is your right as an American citizen. You don't have to curse them out. You don't have to do any of that. You can be plain and simple and tell them that you're disappointed in their vote. Maybe not. Tell them you will make sure with all that is within you that you will make sure they are not reelected. Be there. Some of us live in Republican states. You still need to call your congressman. And you may want to call your senators as well and give them that same information. It's time to get active. It's time to know some information that is actually going to affect you and how you live your life. You think, well, I'm not on Medicare. I'm not on Medicaid. I'm not on Social Security. I'm not a veteran. I'm not this. I'm not that. This is going to affect every American.
The Republican members want to mention it, but the Republican gentleman from New York, there would be a 44% increase, $2,000 a year hit to his constituents in their healthcare costs. The distinguished gentleman from Virginia, his constituents would face an increase in $770 a year in their healthcare premiums. The distinguished Republican chairwoman of this committee, a 60% increase in healthcare premiums, and that's on average. The distinguished Republican congresswoman here from Minnesota was recently told here by the committee on the budget that a 60-year-old couple with a joint income of $85,000 a year in her district would see an $11,000 a year increase in their costs while we're giving tax cuts to billionaires. And what bothers me the most is that we want to hide it. Nobody wants here to talk about the fact that they're jacking up insurance costs on their own constituents while giving a billionaire a tax break. Nobody on the Republican side pushing this bill wants to have an in-person town hall and look their constituents in the face and explain to them why they want to hand Elon Musk another $25 billion contract while jacking up your health insurance costs, not just by hundreds, but by thousands of dollars. I yield back.
And I think this issue is so underrated and needs more attention right now. FEMA. We're, what, 1 week away from hurricane season right now, and the Trump regime has completely gutted FEMA. We see FEMA not responding in disasters in red states and blue states, purple states, but even like the Arkansas.
And that is so ironic. Remember during the campaign that this orange man had an appearance as a McDonald's worker and then drove to North Carolina to meet the governor to get his best fry boy certificate, standing in front of the rubble from the Hurricane Helene that had toppled North Carolina. And what did he say? He said that I can't believe that FEMA hasn't shown up here. You know, you vote for me and I'm going to take care of you. Remember that? You surely, if you were watching my channel, you should remember that because I talked about it. But people don't remember shit when they are into paying attention to dumb shit. When people can't remember shit or when they are not engaged in things that affects them in their real lives because they're so busy living a fantasy on YouTube. Talking about absolutely dumb shit, drunks, liars, and lies that liars are telling. But they have no clue what's going on that really is going to affect them and how they live their lives. And if they don't worry about how it affects them in their personal life, they don't give a fuck about how it affects the lives of their family members either. Because everybody's on YouTube is independently wealthy. They don't know people like that. And how many of these independently wealthy people are going to take in their parents, their grandparents when they get thrown out of nursing homes? How many people are going to be able to pick up the slack for their loved ones? How many of these selfish motherfuckers who talking about, I don't like people to visit my house. I'm a Trump supporter and I don't like this and I don't like that and I don't like having visitors. So how many of these people are going to be available to people in their lives if this doesn't affect them, are going to be human to assist the people who this hurts in their lives, in their families? The rubber's about to meet the road.
Saw in Mississippi, we're seeing in Missouri that FEMA was not reacting to the devastating storms. 28 Americans died, and Donald Trump hasn't mentioned it. Instead, Donald Trump is out there.
Hasn't mentioned it once. Hasn't mentioned these tornadoes. Haven't bothered to go to these tornado zones when he's actually the president. But he was all holding up traffic when people were trying to get to relief, to get water, food, and everything. He had a whole caravan holding up traffic for a photo to get a French fry pin that he is the greatest French fry guy from a owner of a McDonald's. Standing in front of rubble to talk about how FEMA wasn't showing up for them. And he has not even made a public mention of what just happened in these red states, Kentucky, Indiana, what other state? St. Louis. He ain't even gave y'all, he ain't even blow breath on the situation that you're going through, as he is cutting and gutting FEMA. Let's continue.
They're posting white supremacist brain rot from South Africa lying that there are these mass graves from a genocide that's not happening, making a complete fool of the United States and the Oval Office.
Yeah, that's what 4547 is talking about. He's trying to make an excuse for being overt racist and bringing these conditioned overt racists to America, as if because they are better suited to fit in with the American population. Y'all don't even see the writing on the wall as he's clawed back all of the advances in civil rights to try to make us live on an even playing field. Y'all don't even see the writing on the wall. I don't have no children. But it seems like I give a fuck more about your children and your grandchildren than you actually do yourselves. Let's continue.
That's what Donald, while you have the president Ramaphosa of South Africa say, what is going on? I'm sorry, I can't buy you a jet, but what the hell is going on? FEMA. And here you have Democratic Congressmember Moskowitz, who ran emergency management in Florida before being a member of Congress, saying it loud, danger, you're cutting FEMA. And we are heading into hurricane season. What the hell is going to happen? There's going to be a mass casualty event. Here, play this clip right here.
Nothing at FEMA has been made more efficient. In fact, I would tell you that the Secretary of Homeland Security has turned FEMA into the Newark airport. Okay, it is going to fail this summer. And so look, there's no doubt that FEMA needed reform, but what they've done at Homeland is they've taken something that needed help and they broke it further. Do you know what happens if there's no FEMA to the state that the speaker represents or Steve Scalise represents? Louisiana goes bankrupt without FEMA when there's a hurricane that comes in from the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, comes right into Louisiana. They're bankrupt. Alabama's bankrupt. Mississippi's bankrupt. You get an F5, F4 tornado in Tornado Alley. Those states go bankrupt without FEMA. And yet, I don't see my Republican colleagues calling out the administration on how we're going to save FEMA and reform it.
Well, there you have it, folks. Democrats fighting back. And that's just what I want to see right now.
Okay. So that's all in good. But I think it's falling on deaf ears. It's too many ignorant motherfuckers concerned about dumb shit. Okay. Not to mention those in nursing homes and rehab. Speaking of which, Z Sarah, I have not reviewed this. I found this. Hey, respectfully, Bernadette, somebody else came in that I didn't speak to. Jill's Comfort Zone, thank you for being here. Or Rockwell, thank you guys for being here. I appreciate it. Please hit the like button. FEMA never helped anyways. These politicians are only mad because they can't get free FEMA money, because we always wonder where the FEMA money goes. And I think that the only time that I have really heard a lot about FEMA is when in its opening phase of FEMA. Let's be clear. Even though they later start complaining about those FEMA trailers in after the Louisiana thing, at least they were giving people trailers to live in. In this latest hurricane, I shared a video with you where these people had absolutely no place to live. It was months after the storm. In Asheville, North Carolina, they were going on a farmer's land who had land, who made a makeshift place for these people to live. They had campers, they had trailers. People were donating their campers and stuff for these people to live in. It was like a makeshift tiny village with all types of structures for people to live in, because they had absolutely no place to live. They were living on the donations of others. They had a outdoor kitchen that they had set up. Do you guys remember me sharing that with you? If you don't, FEMA has gone from at least giving you a structure to live in. And, people were getting money from FEMA to buy things, food, whatever they need, clothing and shelter and stuff. They were giving you blocks amount for clothing, blocks amount for furnishings. I do remember the beginning of FEMA. I do remember that. And people not realizing it's about to get hot as hot as hell. Okay, so there's that. Now, somebody said something about kicking people out of nursing homes. So you remember when the United Healthcare guy was shot on the street and died? You know, I am not going to go into all of his sultry dealings and being the one who made sure that people did not were rejected from their doctor's request for tests, for operations, and all of this, and made sure that there was an AI in place that rejected most of the requests from doctors for patient treatment, only in an effort to save money, only in an effort to have more money for their shareholders. The insurance company that made more profits, something like $980 billion in profit the year that he passed away, over $100 billion more than the previous year. You remember me talking about this? And I think it was last week, I also came to you and said that the CEO of the parent company of United Healthcare, United Health Group, Steve Whitty, he suddenly stepped down for personal reasons. Steve Whitty was the same person after this man got shot dead on the street, said he's going to make sure that this man's vision is completed within the United Healthcare machine. He also shared that he is the one who makes sure that patients are not getting unneeded health care. He says he's going to deny your health care that is requested by your doctor who work for United Healthcare. They are in the system of United Healthcare. These doctors are telling you you need this treatment. He said he is the only one who's going to make sure that United Healthcare don't give unneeded healthcare. Well, how is it unneeded if your doctor in the network is saying this is what they need? He said he is the one to make sure because if they do, healthcare will be unattainable. If it do, no, you're gonna make less profit. So you feel that you making less profit is unattainable. So when I was looking for things on this bill, guess what I ran into? Something I was not on my radar. This is a new story about Whitty, and it has something to do with what? Nursing homes. Let's see what is going on with Steve Whitty, fraud and nursing homes. Let me see. Here we go. Let me share my page. The title of this article is United Healthcare secretly paid nursing homes not to transfer sick residents to the hospital. Is this the personal reason why Steve Whitty suddenly left the United Healthcare Group? In several cases identified by The Guardian, nursing home residents, this is their thumbnail, is cut off, pushes them to cut care expenses for residents covered by the insurance giant. In several cases identified by The Guardian, nursing home residents who needed immediate hospital care under the program failed to receive it after interventions from the United Healthcare staffers. At least one lived with permanent brain damage following his delayed transfer, according to a confidential nursing home index log, recordings and photos evidence. Okay. No one is truly investigating when a patient suffers harm. Absolutely no one, said one current United Health nurse practitioner who recently filed a congressional complaint about the nursing home program. These incidents are hidden, downplayed, and minimalized. The sense is, well, they're medically frail. No one lives forever. The Guardian investigation is based upon thousands of confidential corporate. Okay, I can't read the rest. Let's see what they're talking about. This is the thumbnail. Okay. So the Guardian did a
absolutely no one, said one current United Health nurse practitioner. The sense is, well, they're medically frail and no one lives forever. A special brand of evil. I mean, this is something, this is almost like the plot line, one of the plot lines of Better Call Saul a little bit. Although this is worse. This is more evil than that.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in.
And I will let you know that United Healthcare Group is the largest health insurer in the country.
United Health is in the news today. Now, keep in mind, there has been the Luigi Mangione thing, obviously, and also recently the United Healthcare CEO, the new CEO, Andrew Whitty, who was making $26 million. He stepped down for, quote, personal reasons. And today on the internet, this was circulating. This is actually what I tweeted out. How sad. Maybe they could apply for a loan, but the low stock might be seen as a pre-existing condition. So look at this. They say, we are witnessing the downfall of the world's largest healthcare company. Look at that stock. Look at how far that is going down. So that's not doing so well. We might be wondering, is there more to this, though? What else is happening? Turns out there is a little more. And these guys are maybe the worst company on the frickin' planet. We're going to go right to this headline. This is fairly breaking. This broke today. And this is from The Guardian. So check this out.
And before we go into this, you check out how the news media tried to vilify people who rose up and said, hey, you know, United Healthcare fucked me over too, and tried to make it seem like people were trying to big up this man being shot on the street. No, people were finally frustrated enough to understand that this was just not only happening to them. And the people voices rose up and said, this happened to me too. You mean to tell me this is a practice for them to make profit? The people were outraged, but the media tried to vilify the people who were rightly outraged about the one person at their company getting shot, who was actually instrumental into all of their denials. So all of these people who have been getting denials, all of the lives that were lost because of the denials. I have showed footage of you who people have been denied care, and most people who are denied care do not appeal it, and the ones that have appealed it had to wait months before they could actually get the care that was recommended, and in some cases their cases got worse, and they have had to have limbs removed, and ultimately died from the weight that they had to endure to appeal their recommended doctor's care. So the news media try to spin it as people are just being silly, and people are trying to reward this guy because he's handsome, and because he's rich, and because he's this, ignoring the fact while people were out on the street. If you see this many people out on the street and you can't figure out, well, whoa, why are people having this reaction? But you want to put upon the people that they're being silly. Let's see what United Healthcare was up to. Revealed United Healthcare secretly paid nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers.
Sorry, let me close out of that. Revealed United Health secretly paid nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers.
The viral 30-second pink salt trick that melts fat was actually featured on the Today Show. But for those who
This is as evil as it sounds. Here we go. A Guardian investigation finds the insurer quietly paid facilities that helped to gain Medicare enrollees and reduce hospitalizations. Whistleblowers allege harm to residents. So United Health Group, the nation's largest healthcare conglomerate, has secretly paid nursing homes thousands in bonuses to help slash hospital transfers for ailing residents. Part of a series of cost-cutting tactics that has saved the company millions, but at times risks residents' health. Because, if you're elderly especially and you need hospital care, you should probably get it. Those secret bonuses have been paid out as part of a United Health program that stations the company's own medical teams in nursing homes and pushes them to cut care expenses for residents. In several cases identified by The Guardian, nursing home residents who needed immediate hospital care under the program failed to receive it after interventions from United Health staffers. Oh, get this. At least one lived with permanent brain damage following his delayed transfer, according to a confidential nursing home incident log. And there's recordings and photo evidence of this. So it sounds like perhaps this brain damage could have actually been prevented. This person needed hospital care. A United Health staffer stepped in and stopped them from getting that hospital care. Now they have brain damage. No one is truly investigating when a patient suffers harm. Absolutely no one, said one current United Health nurse practitioner who recently filed a congressional complaint about the nursing home program. These incidents are hidden, downplayed, and minimized. The sense is, well, they're medically frail and no one lives forever. The Guardian's investigation is based on thousands of confidential corporate and patient records obtained through sources, public record requests, and court files, interviews with more than 20 current and former United Health and nursing home employees, and 2 whistleblower declarations submitted to Congress this month through the nonprofit legal group Whistleblower Aid. This is a special brand of evil. I mean, this is something. This is almost like the plot line, one of the plot lines of Better Call Saul a little bit. Although this is worse. This is more evil than that. Not trying to spoil anything. Although if you haven't seen it yet, what are you waiting for? I do recommend Better Call Saul if you've not watched it. But this is actually similar to a plot line in that TV show, although this is more evil and this is real life. So they literally had their for-profit middlemen in the middle of elderly people getting care that they needed in hospitals to cut costs. And they had nursing homes that accepted kickbacks for this. So this is frightening on multiple levels because.
So they got enough money. Let me make sure my mic is on. They have enough money. Yes, it's on. To give nursing homes kickbacks. I guess it's easier to give one kickback to the nursing home than it is to give the maybe 4 or 5 people in that one nursing home. I guess, you got to weigh the cost, and it's easier to let people die. And they didn't understand why people were celebrating something happening to the main architect of denials of claims. They didn't understand that. And the whistleblower happened when the whistleblower complaint was taken last month. And when did Steve Whitty step down for personal reason? About 3 weeks ago. You notice anything about that? Is your for-profit media connecting these dots for you, or is it independent media? Okay. Did you watch the news? Did the news tell you anything about that since you watched the news? That's what I want to know. They are sacrificing us and bloodletting us, trying to take our souls to the other side. Told people all the time, health is wealth. That's why money doesn't mean shit or any materialistic thing. If you dead, it sure don't. Okay. I really want my family to leave America. It's not safe for any of them. Wow, just fucking wow. I agreed, a special brand of evil right in our faces. They are saying, welcome to hell. And we are saying, no, we're not going. Exactly. This is your United States, and you're going to have to start paying more for this health care. Depending on what state you're living in, you're going to have to pay thousands more for them to be your health care provider and deny you the health care that you need. Thousands more. Go figure. Go. Where's the waste, fraud, and abuse search in these insurance companies? Is anybody in searching these big corporations? That no, we're not researching. We're giving them tax breaks. These people need tax breaks. Don't you think that what is his name, Whitty, doesn't need a big tax break? Shit, he's raking in $26 million a year. How long has he been over the United Healthcare? And wait a minute, he's had a hard life. You got to understand, Whitty had a hard life. He was accused of fraud when he was the CEO over a big pharmaceutical company. Let's continue.
We all have that stereotypical view of a nursing home, right? Like you have that stereotypical negative view of a nursing home where your loved one is being mistreated. And of course, not all assisted living facilities or nursing homes, whatever you want to call them, not all facilities are like that. Some are very, very wonderful places that really do take care of the people who live there. My grandmother spent the last several years of her life at one, and it was a very, very wonderful institution. She had excellent care there, and she lived to be 101. But not all of them are great. There's a reason that kind of Hollywood stereotype or stereotype of the TV show rather exists, because there is some truth to it. And now you see that these facilities were accepting these payouts, and United Health was doing this corruption. Reuters covered this as well. Let's go ahead. We're going to go over to the Reuters piece, see what they're saying about it.
The ex-president's battle with the overwhelming situation in his personal life isn't ruining his life as much as waking up.
So check this out. United Health falls after report it secretly paid nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers. So shares fell more than 6% on Wednesday, that's today, after the UK Guardian newspaper reported that the company made secret payments to nursing homes to reduce hospital transfers, adding to the woes of the healthcare conglomerate. So that's the reason for the big fall this morning. It's not just that United Health is just a terrible place. There's the Luigi Mangione situation, and then there's also the newer CEO who walked away. Now, this is what really plummeted it today. So let's go ahead and go back a little bit here. So here is something that the Wall Street Journal was looking at a little while ago. This is from about a week ago. This is, I believe the date on this article is May 15th. Let me go ahead and get it on the T for y'all. But this is from the Wall Street Journal, a very pro-business outlet. But here's what they were saying. United Healthcare Group is under criminal investigation for possible Medicare fraud. I think we can eliminate that possible now. So this is from May 15th. So even back then.
Excuse me. I apologize. So they are under investigation for possible Medicare fraud. Well, surely Doge isn't the one who's doing the investigation, because they would have closed down the whole insurance company the way they go in and look for waste, fraud, and abuse. But hey, it's not government workers. It's not what they say bureaucracy that they will harm. They will actually harm millionaires and billionaires who are the shareholders of United Healthcare. So you wonder why they're not going in so vigorously. And are we going to be able to even trust this investigation with this administration that we have in play? Remember, they were offering to ease people into new contracts and businesses if they paid $1 million, and they would release any type of regulations that you would have to do, or any type of what is it? Any type of red tape that you would have to go through. If you paid them $5 million, you can just walk right into the. So I wonder how easily is United Healthcare is going to be able to get out of this investigation about possible Medicare fraud. And speaking of possible Medicare fraud, wasn't an actual sitting senator in trouble, investigated about Medicare fraud? What's his name? Scott from Florida, Rick Scott from Florida, who was went on to be the governor of Florida, who then has gone on to be a senator. So maybe James Whitty or Tom Whitty will be our next senator? Because Medicare fraud don't hit the same to the people on top like it hits to the people on bottom. See, because 4547 came out and said that the only reason that they are making changes to Medicare is not to kick people off of Medicare, even though it will. It's to look for waste, fraud, and abuse. So all of a sudden, when you're looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, it has to do with the people who are using the program instead of the people who are actually abusing the program for real. The people at top in management, the people who are getting paid the Medicaid dollars, the Medicare and Medicaid dollars. These are the people who are abusing the systems. But the only thing that they can rack up in their minds to find abuse in these programs is it must be the people who need the program. So we're going to make it harder for you to get the program because you people don't do anything but abuse these programs. Rich people don't abuse these programs. Let's continue.
There were some, the DOJ was kind of looking into it. So let's see what's happening here. The DOJ is investigating United Health Group for possible criminal Medicare fraud related to its Medicare Advantage business. The investigation adds to other government inquiries into United Health, including potential antitrust violations. United Health faces pressure from investigations, a stock price decline, and a recent CEO change. So the Justice Department is investigating United Health Group. Well, I guess they're going to have a lot to work with now, aren't they? They should have an awful lot to work with. Or will they? Y'all, get a load of this. This is from United Health itself, and this is from today. So we got an update on that article from a week ago. Check it out. Statement regarding the May 21st article in The Guardian. The U.S. Department of Justice investigated these allegations, interviewed witnesses, and obtained thousands of documents and demonstrated the significant factual inaccuracies in the allegations. After reviewing all the evidence during its multi-year investigation, the Department of Justice declined to pursue the matter. So based on everything you just saw, the Department of Justice, what a shock, the Department of Justice, which is littered with a bunch of right-wing ghouls, decided...
Bitch, didn't I just say this? I didn't even... I haven't reviewed this. I just came upon this. Didn't I just say it would be a wonder if this administration, who's over the Department of J? Pam Bimbo. We know that she is allegedly easily bribed. She was looking into the complaints when she was the lead prosecutor in Florida about Trump University. She said that she only had one complaint. Come to find out, she had, I think it was over 22 complaints from people who thought that they were getting defrauded. She started looking into it, and then all of a sudden, somebody wanted to give her $25,000 to help with her reelection campaign. And then Ivanka Trump also just decided to share with her another $25,000. And then what happened? She decided that no, she wouldn't be going forward with the claim against Trump University because, she only had one complaint and this, that, and the other. And come to find out, she actually had over 20-something complaints, I believe it was. And other states had gone on to take these claims seriously and had won these claims. So this was an actual factual good case that she refused to prosecute for. And that was when 4547 found out he had a bitch he could bribe. And look at her now. She is the Attorney General of the whole entire United States of America. Okay. I just said that I would doubt that they would even investigate this. And then here we go. Come to find out they are not. Your government at work. Didn't you hear 45, 47 in the earlier clips that I said that he only wanted to, he's not messing with Medicare, Medicaid. He just wanted to get rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. But they are not investigating this. But they are looking at waste, fraud, and abuse. And the way that they are looking at it is going to ensure that poor people get kicked off of Medicaid. And I don't know, I guess that's the same reason that they're going to use for the 580 billion with a B that they want to take from Medicare that has not even been discussed yet. That has not even been discussed. That was jammed in this late night bill that they were going to pass. 500 and something billion dollars that they want to scale back and save from waste, fraud, and abuse. Waste, fraud, and abuse. We need to save it. We'll go to these motherfucking insurance companies that are doing this, but we're not going to investigate this. It's okay. These people were old. They were already in nursing home, and a lot of them are going to close down after this bill passed anyway. So why bother? Let the rich people stay rich. If they need money this bad, we're going to make sure these rich people get more money because we're going to try to make these tax cuts permanent, no matter how much they add to the national deficit. This is what we're doing. Your administration is at work for you. Let's keep going.
There's nothing to see here when it comes to United Health.
I apologize.
Looking to scale customer service without scaling headcount?
This is the same. These are, which is littered with a bunch of right-wing ghouls. Decided there's no investigation. The Department of Justice declined to pursue the matter. So based on everything you just saw, the Department of Justice, what a shock, the Department of Justice, which is littered with a bunch of right-wing ghouls, decided there's nothing to see here when it comes to United Health. This is the same. These are the same institutions that are seeking the death penalty for Luigi Mangione. Such an act, seldom is the death penalty sought for such an act. And even if it is pursued, usually it takes at least a year of deliberating before they reach such a conclusion. With Luigi Mangione, they decided right away that it's going to be the death penalty. These same institutions are doing this investigation into United Health, and they're saying there's nothing to see here. And United Health is literally putting out a press release on behalf of the Department of Justice. That just shows you that we live in an oligarchy to the nth degree, a true plutocracy, where they just feel like they can just speak for the DOJ. Yeah, the DOJ found no wrongdoing. They said so. We're fine. Don't worry about it. The stock will bounce back. We don't care. Well, they are doing such an incredibly evil thing. Like how could somebody go through with that? Like how could somebody get dressed to go to work each day? Hey, what are you doing?
And you work in the healthcare industry. So you can do it because you're allowed to do it. That's how you can do it. You can do it because you are allowed to do it. I don't know how you can think up of doing something like that, but you know, they say people don't usually thieves don't usually get caught. If you are working in a corporation, or if you're stealing from your job or something, you usually don't get caught on your first time. And if you don't get caught on your first time, it's unfortunate because usually when people get caught doing things like that, if they are stealing a little bit from the till every now and again, it is not until they get into the hundreds of thousands of dollars stolen that they get caught. And, you know, it is what it is. So you think this is his first rodeo? No, I told you about the fraud that he, I think he had to pay out. I think they had to pay a settlement for the fraud that they did when he worked at, was the CEO at that pharmaceutical company. This is not his first time at the rodeo. This is not his first time at the rodeo. Let's continue. And we put him over healthcare. We let him get a job in healthcare because he was already rich. So therefore, hey, we don't have to scrutinize you like we scrutinize a regular person who has a good idea and want to get it off the ground. Oh no, We opened the door for our own and shut it behind us. Let's continue.
What are you contributing to the world? I am stopping elderly people from getting care that they need in a hospital. Why? To save a company money so that the CEO can make more than $26 million next year. So now you might want to ask yourself, well, are they learning anything? Are they learning anything? Well, here's an address from today from the CEO. Ken Klippenstein shares this, or 48-second mark, excuse me, not minute. Be a very long address. All right, here. So check this out. Let me make sure it's on the T for you.
And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who've had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian.
That's the person who was shot. He's talking about Brian Thompson. He's calling him, no one has done more for American healthcare than that guy. The guy who denied people care, is responsible for countless amounts of deaths, to the point where somebody did this extreme act and terminated their life because of all the murder they were getting away with in the healthcare industry. He's saying that guy, one of the greatest.
We not only acknowledge and honor that legacy of Brian, but we'll continue it. Our role is a critical role.
Like I said, I already said this before because I was so appalled at what he was saying the first time I saw this clip. We're going to see this clip again, and we're going to hear him say that he is in charge of making sure that there is not any type of useless treatment, useless medical care given to his insurers, because the whole industry will fall apart. No, your whole wealth, you feel your whole increasing your personal wealth would fall apart. That's the only thing going to fall apart.
And we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it.
We make sure care is safe, appropriate, and delivered when people need it. But you're not a doctor. We're going to continue his work. We, the insurance company, we are going to continue the work of the man who made a system of denying your health care claims, and we are the ones who are going to make sure your care is safe and done when appropriate. We choose when your health care is appropriate. We choose, not your doctor who recommends this care. No, we are going to prove when it's appropriate. The insurance company. Okay, let's continue.
And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
Watch what healthy food is doing to your gut.
So what about like salsa verde or salsa roja?
Too complex.
Let's review this. We guard against when it is health care that is too what is it? He's guarding against. We're denying these claims because this is what we're denying these claims on. We decide. We, the insurer, not the doctors, and we are going to decide. And it would make the whole plan unattainable if we just go upon what your doctor, the care that your doctors say that you need. We are going to ensure it. Let's hear that again.
We make sure that care is safe, appropriate.
We make sure care is safe, appropriate,
and it's delivered when people need it.
And delivered when people need it. And you're justifying keeping up the good work that what does it say? Brian Thompson did. The man who the architect of insurance denials. This is what he's saying. Let's take the whole context of what he's saying. I just want to be clear. I want you to understand what he is actually saying. Let's hear it uninterrupted.
So let me make sure it's on the T for you.
And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who've had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian.
That's the person who was shot. He's talking about Brian Thompson. He's calling him, no one has done more for America.
He has had the biggest cognitive effect on probably you're the largest healthcare company. You make the largest profit. You make 6 times you make more profit than the 6 insurers underneath you combined. Yeah, he has. Yeah, you are definitely right. No other person has had an impact on your you as being insured under the United Healthcare than Brian. And what has been the impact of that, Brian, having so much impact in your health insurance? Denials and making you rich. You are absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. No more no more interruptions. Clip 3.
Very long address. All right, here. So check this out. Let me make sure it's on the T for you.
And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian.
That's the person who was shot. He's talking about Brian Thompson. He's calling him, no one has done more for American healthcare than that guy. The guy who denied people care, is responsible for countless amounts of deaths, to the point where somebody did this extreme act and terminated their life because of all the murder they were getting away with in the healthcare industry. He's saying that guy, one of the greatest.
We not only acknowledge and honor that legacy of Brian, but we'll continue it. Our role is a critical role, and we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and is delivered when people need it. And we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
Too complex. They just want to save you from unnecessary care. Unnecessary care like, hey, you're an elderly person and you need to go to the hospital or you might suffer brain damage. They want to prevent that unnecessary care for you. Just let you get the brain damage. Nobody lives forever. This is just evil. Even just the phrase health insurance industry should give everyone pause. It shouldn't be an industry. It's not that way in other countries. In other countries, it's a service. It's a system. It's a universal system that takes care of everybody. So you don't see people going into debt because of medical bankruptcies. You don't see scams like this happening where they're trying to increase profit while playing with people's lives. This is why we need universal health care. This is why we need Medicare for all. This system needs to end. And it cannot, the system, we cannot have these for-profit insurance companies cooperating. Like what they were saying, is there a way we can still get everyone covered and it's a good system, but the insurance companies still exist to make money? No. That's like saying, hey, I have a bunch of termites eating away at my house. Can we just get rid of some of the termites? Or would you hire an exterminator that says, hey, I just get rid of some of the termites. The rest I just tell to eat sparingly. I don't think you'd hire that exterminator, would you? So this system is broken beyond comprehension. And the fact that people can just go to work each day and do things like that, deny elderly people care that they need. And there's people, not even just with United Health, but apparently at some of these facilities, willing to accept the kickbacks and whatnot. I mean, that is just, it really does give you pause. It really does give you pause that nursing homes just accepted those secret payments, that United Health was willing to do something that evil, fly like an eagle. Yeah, wow. That is something. So that is the breaking news on United Health. We'll see where this all ends. Right now, the stock is plummeting. And
good. I'm glad to hear that. So I didn't plan to go that direction. Hey, this is a live show. So let me, I have 2 more things I want to share. I am skipping over a lot of stuff. If you didn't know, the head of Health and Human Services, the one who said that you shouldn't take medical advice from him, was questioned about ending the program that would keep track of young men dying from an old man's disease, the coal miners, the black lung disease. He was questioned about that. That I have some links in my description box about black lung disease being on the rise again, and the fact that it's restructuring of Health and Human Services. All the people who are in charge of NOASH, I believe it's called. National Institute of Respiratory Science. They have lost their jobs, and so there are only a few people who will be able to actually monitor the black lung disease situation. I got this from Reese Waters' video. I'm gonna attach this video. You know that these people in these coal miner cities elected 45, 47 because he said he's gonna make coal have a comeback. And with this comeback, he's going to make sure that you are not going to be able to monitor your health, the health care that is needed for long people who work in the coal mining industry to actually monitor their health. So, what other health safeguards are being clawed back in this administration as he send people down to the dirty job of mining coal again? And this is coal country. This is coal country. So you have a whole lot of these idiots who are dying, and they say that they are dying at a higher rate now. Earlier, more people are getting sick earlier now. That is in my description box. What else is in my description box that I will not be able to get to today? There's more of Mark Rubio catching balls with his face in these hearings that they were questioning him on different things, quite entertaining. Where is the focus? Deportations to South Sudan. I showed you the big, large military jet that they transported these people to the South Sudan, which is in the middle of a war, which is a fourth level no visit, no fly zone, and they have deported without due process, of course. There, there was a total of 8 people that they showed, and then we may have to. There was a total of 8 people that they showed, and then they none of them, only one of them was even black. I don't know where he's from. The most of them were either Asian or some other race. So it has been ruled that they must stay in ICE care. ICE cannot just release them, and so the same little lion ass bitch who came out and when they arrested the mayor of New Jersey, and she said that it was a bus coming out, and then they stormed the gate as the bus was coming out. That same little lying bitch had to make in a. She is the obviously she's the spokeswoman for Homeland Security. So she came out and said, well, who said that these people are even in South Sudan? So and they refuse to say exactly where they are if they are not in South Sudan. They are refusing to say where exactly they are. So does that sound to you like, hey, we fucked up and we got to move these people out of South Sudan? That's what it sounds like to me. But the judge has ruled that they can just not release them there. They have to stay in ICE custody. So I'm assuming that if they want to remain there, ICE is going to have to remain in South Sudan as well. So I think that her not disclosing exactly where they are means that these people who have been flown into a war area will move them. That's all I'm saying. Where's the focus? What is this about? I don't know. Where's the focus? Let me see what this is about. I'm gonna find out. I put this down for a reason. Where's the focus? I don't know. I don't know where the focus is, Ronnie Q. I can't remember all these links that I've shared that I put that in here to share and got off track by this bill. This big, beautiful, bogus budget. Girl, I don't know. Where's the focus? Let me see what this is about. That's an interview with Raphael Warnock. Where's the focus? Okay, so some of this at another time with you guys. Okay, let me see. There are a few more things. Pardon me. They are definitely thinking about pardoning Derek Chauvin from his federal crime, which was the federal hate crime that he pled guilty to. Doesn't that seem like a theme? The January 6 rioters, some of them had had pled guilty to their charges and that they were still pardoned by 45, 47. However, there's a bright spot in this situation. He has state charges, which 45, 47 cannot pardon him from. He has a 21-year state bid, and he had a 22-year, if I'm correct, federal bid. So it doesn't look like even with this pardon, but people are definitely asking for Chauvin's pardon. So it seems like he may get this. Let me see. King of Dead. Let me see. Oh, I want to show you this bitch. This little bitch who who went viral for calling a black child with autism a nigga. She said, "I got all my money." I remember I played a clip of the woman in Atlanta who was trying to prevent her from getting her money by contacting the depositors or the bank, the people who did the banking for the GoFundMe team to try to say, hey, are you doing business with an overt racist? And so she has come out to speak. Let's see what the playground Karen had to say.
Black child, the N-word on the playground. She's now speaking out. So here's a reminder, in case you missed it, of the original incident that happened.
You call him a child? Call the child. It is my own business. You call him. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again? To say. Somebody dig into you. That little kid, you call him the little child? Are you about to hit him? You chasing here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act.
That's what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech.
Wow. You know, there's no denying that she was wrong in that, and she just kept doubling and tripling and quadrupling down. Kids do bad things sometimes because children don't really have any emotional control over themselves. They're just raw emotion. So they may hit you, they may yell at you, they may take stuff. That's where parenting comes in. Doesn't give you the right to call a child out of their name over and over again. Obviously, that's the case. As we covered previously, after the video went viral, though, Hendricks will crowdfund in order to, quote unquote, protect her family, and racists from all over the internet raised over $750,000 in donations from her. And now really think about that. You know, part of the logic behind why Trump won the election is because Americans ain't got no money. But we got enough money to do this. You know what I'm saying? We got enough money to break Black Friday records and raise almost $1 million for a woman who doesn't particularly need it. You know.
Doctor, should I eat eggs or oatmeal for breakfast?
Neither.
Too many eggs, dangerous or just overhyped?
But that it is what it is. So this week, though, we got something else. She decided to post this response video to people's backlash. Let's check it out.
Hi, everyone. I'm Shiloh Hendricks. I wanted to take a little time to talk to you all about what's been going on with my fundraiser and kind of the aftermath of the park situation. There are a lot of people who think that this has all been a scam, that I haven't been getting my money and that it's not going to me. I have gotten every dime of my money. When I first found out that the park video was going viral. It was terrifying. I went on X and I saw Anglo-Saxon girl had posted my video. I messaged her.
I saw an Anglo-Saxon girl. You saw a white girl had posted to you, and she was sympathetic to you, and that made you understand that, wow, let me milk this. She put up a crowdfund. I forget the name of the site that she needed help moving. Because of her own actions, she acted this way in her own environment where she lived, and she acted this way. And now she needs help to move, and she raised over $750,000. The link is in the description box. I cannot bear any more of this overt racism being rewarded. There's a couple of more things I wanted to share with you. So go over there and check the link out. It is in my description box. Let me share this with you.
Nefarious plans are going to play out nationally. Specifically, let's focus on the state. MAGA policies are failures, complete failures. And you can look at red states to see exactly how Trump's nefarious plans are going to play out nationally. Specifically, let's focus on the state that we film this podcast in, Oklahoma. And everybody knows we have this nut superintendent of school named Ryan Walters. And he came out a couple of weeks ago saying that they were going to teach.
Okay, so if you don't remember Ryan Walters was a man who spent over $1 million to purchase 4547 Bibles, so that a Bible was going to be required to be in every classroom in the state. He spent over $1 million to buy the Chinese-made 4547 Bible, which included the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and something else. So let's continue. When church and state meet in your local schoolroom Bible. That's
that the big lie, that the 2020 election had discrepancies in it, which is a lie. There were zero discrepancies in the results. He since has decided to out crazy himself and has gone even further. And let's look at this headline. Oklahoma high schools to teach 2020 election conspiracy theories as fact. So he's gone from discrepancies to facts. State superintendent.
Okay. They are to teach election high school students that the election conspiracy theories are fact, but they cannot teach critical race theory, which examine how the institutions of white supremacy are still in effect in this country. God forbid, critical race theory as a matter of fact is not even taught in high school, but it was presented to people who had kids in elementary school, high school, junior high school. They had people all up in their arms about critical race theory, but they are going to teach a lie to their children, a lie that has had 61 judges vote on these claims, and a media outlet who helped continue to spread the lies about this claim have to pay, what was it, $900 and something million, so almost $1 billion. And he wants to teach this in schools, but not actual American history.
Superintendent Ryan Walters tapped Chief of Heritage Foundation, key player behind Project 2025 for curriculum. And here's an excerpt from this article. The previous standard for studying the 2020 election merely said examine issues related to the election of 2020 and its outcome. That's crazy. That's bananas enough. The article goes on to say the new version is more expansive. Identify discrepancies in 2020 election results by looking at graphs and other information, including the sudden halting of ballot counting in select cities and key battleground states, the security risks of mail-in balloting, sudden batch dumps, an unforeseen record number of voters, and the unprecedented contradiction of, quote, bellwether
butter.
Oh my
Should
goodness.
we eat it? Buttered toast.
county trends. Okay. All of this that is mentioned here that Ryan Walters wants to do is all a lie. And he speaks ad nauseum about in Oklahoma, we're not going to indoctrinate our kids. We're going to put our foot down to the woke agenda. There's no woke agenda in Oklahoma. It's the buckle of the Bible Belt. What this is indoctrinating kids to not believe in free and fair elections. They are trying to brainwash a future voting electorate to accept false results. Other countries they do this in are Hungary, Russia. So this is exactly what mega churches do. They try to get kids to get saved at 6 or 7 so they have a lifelong customer so the mega church pastor can continue to accumulate wealth. In this instance, this is building up for the authoritarian regime by dumbing down and dismantling the strength that we had in free and fair elections. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out that the courts, even Trump appointed judges, over 60 times have proven that the results of 2020 election, all roads lead that Donald Trump lost. Ryan Walters.
Okay, so the video is in my description box. Go over there and take a look at the iHip News channel. Great channel, great commentary, great content. Okay, so I think there is one more thing. Let's talk about this Trump economy, because if we don't know anything about 45, 47, we know that he doesn't care about risking it all, because he is the king of what? Bankruptcy. He says himself, he is the king of something. I think it's bankruptcy. King of debt. That he calls himself the king of debt. So he doesn't care about the stock market this morning going in the tank on the suspicions that they think that he is about to pass this bill that is going to add trillions to America's debt. He's the king of debt. He don't care. He's allowed to use bankruptcy laws to rid himself of the debt that he owes. So people don't get paid. That's okay. You don't get paid because I'm the king of debt. And if I run up debt so far, I'm going to file for bankruptcy and I'm going to start a brand new all over again. And however many tries it takes. So let me share this with you. Trump economy is so volatile, it might just sink him. I don't think it's going to sink him. I think he is accustomed to this, and he thinks he's going to be bailed out over and over again.
About jamming through this debt bomb, this Frankenstein monster of a bill that is going to increase the deficit substantially and create a situation where America is like a lot of the holders of debt start to become uneasy about whether they're going to get paid back, which means interest rates start to go up, which is going to have a negative impact on everybody. So me and Justin kind of talk about like what the impact of this is going to be on regular people and why we're seeing another market drop today. I want to add to that that maybe it won't pass. I keep saying it is going to because they just have a political. It is political. There will be so much political pressure on the Republicans on the Hill to just do whatever Trump wants that they're just going to do it. But what you see today is that it's going to be a little harder than they thought. I mean, they thought that they were going to be able to jam this thing through today, and they've barely made any progress. And they're going to be into a situation where if they do jam it through, they're not even going to give the members time to read it. You had Thomas Massey tweeting about this earlier, about how major provisions of the so-called Big Beautiful Bill, we're calling it the Big Beautiful Turd, how they're still being negotiated and written. If you're going to vote on something, they're still writing. It's going to massively remake the economy in ways that are can be pretty damaging for people who aren't at the very top of the income scale. It's quite the political pickle these guys are in. So we break it all down over on Deadline White House. I'm sure I'll have more on this tomorrow with tomorrow's podcast guest once we kind of see how much of this they're able to get through tonight, if they're able to.
Nobody knows debt better than.
Hey, it's John. And before you skip this
goodness.
ad, did you see that a self-proclaimed MAGA warrior
Than me. I've made a fortune by using debt.
Because the cost of everything becomes so high because interest rates are so high.
I call myself the king of debt. I'm the king of debt. I'm great with debt. Nobody knows debt better than me. I've made a fortune by using debt. And if things don't work out, I renegotiate the debt. I mean, that's a smart thing, not a stupid thing. And I made a fortune.
How do you renegotiate the debt?
Because you go back and you say, hey, guess what? The economy just crashed. I'm going to give you back half.
Tim, where does this break the MAGA movement politically if it does?
Hey, the economy just crashed. I'm going to give you back half. Okay, so you tried that with any bills that you have when the economy crashed, such as it is today. I'll call your cable bill, call your mortgage company, call your anybody that you owe money to, and say, hey, the economy just your car, the bank who holds your car note, call them and say, hey, the bank just the economy just crashed. I'm gonna give you half. See how that works out for you. Okay, so that's all that I have today. Oh, I have one more. Gas face. I have to play the gas face girl. It is a must that I play the young lady who is giving 45-47 the gas face. Her father and two other police officers were slain, and he in West Palm Beach. Okay, so I want you to hear from her and check her out. She's giving gas face real bad. Okay, let me stop this and share this with you. Hold on 1 second. And I'm gonna go out with the gas face. She is accepting some type of ribbon or something from 45-47. I want you to hear what she has to say.
So this is actually my worst nightmare, to go viral, become a meme, whatever. I literally just landed back home and I got a text from my friend that was like, you're going viral. And I was like, God, no. To cover some points, I'm not a cop, not a Republican. I was there. I received that medal because my dad died line of duty along with two other officers alongside him last year in Palm Beach, it was a huge news story. That's also why Trump was so involved, because it was in Palm Beach. And yeah, free Palestine.
Look at her face. Look at her face.
So this is actually my worst night.
She said, yeah, free Palestine. All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great remainder of your day. Stay safe. Let me see if I missed any comments before I go. Oh, I missed she's vowed the madness that she called Shiloh. Yeah. She's vowed it's madness. The Shiloh chick, yeah. Let me see. Disgusting. I posted her full statement yesterday. Heard the bitch was back, and they are suspecting that her and the man were married at one point. She came to clear up some stuff. What man? Imagine being rewarded for that ish. Yes, please get rid of her. I read it. I saw the article. Not the article. I saw the video once, and I was like, "Oh, let me share this." But just hearing it the second time, I was like, "I can't." You guys go stomach it yourselves. There's a link in the description box. She's not even a real blonde. Blondes don't have dark roots like that. People are believing her, and the man said this is set this all up. What man? Not the man behind the camera. Are you saying the man behind the camera is the one who set this up? I think you were saying the man behind the camera is the one who set this up. I didn't hear that. This is ridiculous, Ronnie Q. I would homeschool at this point. Exactly. All judges, including the Republican ones, said it was a fair elections, but they are going to be teaching. They have time. This is what fascism looked like. Exactly. He bankrupted every business he's ever touched. Now he's turned his hand to the entire economy. You're exactly right. Those are some things I wanted to share with you. Have a good day too, Bernice. Thank you for being here. Ronnie Q, I was reviewing Biden's exit speech. He called it all worth a rewatch. He definitely called it all. He spoke nothing but facts. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the show. Go over and check out my links on the black lung situation. I'm gonna let me see. I'm gonna drop Reese Waters' video about the black lung situation because it was a very good video. I suggest you go over there and check it out. Here's the link to Reese Waters' video on the black lung situation. I mean, it's eye-opening. Here we go. Before I leave, this is the exact video to the black lung situation. Let me see it real quick. Hold on one second. Here we go. I'm gonna show you just the beginning of this video. I think it's worth a view, a click and a view. Coal miners in Trump country feeling the consequences is the title of this video.
After his promise of a coal comeback, John Robinson voted for Trump and has faith he'll change course.
I think things are
He's going to bring those
services. Yes, I do.
Yeah. What happens if he doesn't?
I messed up.
When have the cries of any of us ever made him change course? But yet you believe that. Now, let's assess the fact that they are dubbing
younger coal miners, just as recent firings have hit federal health regulators. Jay O'Brien is in Washington for us with more. Good morning, Jay.
Michael, good morning. We traveled to coal country. What miners proudly told us was also Trump country, just as the Trump administration promises a coal comeback, but is halting some health programs for miners.
Now, let's assess the fact that they are dubbing coal country Trump country. Still, irregardless of the fact that Tesla, Elon Musk, was front and center throughout the entire campaign. irregardless of the fact that Trump did a whole Tesla commercial in front of the White House and talked about how he was going to buy one. We are still calling this Trump country.
I love Tesla.
And then there.
All right, so go over there and check out Reese Water. He's always a good watch, always informative and hilarious. So I hope you guys. I'm going to do a live this week about the white South African issue. I will be over there. I didn't get your notifications. I don't know how I came up on your live the other day, Z Sarah. I'm gonna unsubscribe and resubscribe because I noticed that I hadn't gotten your notification. I did not know you went. Yes, I do. Do you want to be a mod? Yes, I do. Have a blessed day, boo. Always appreciate your news, Z Sarah mods, and you chat. Be safe out there and have a blessed weekend, everyone. You as well. Will do, Z Sarah. You ain't said nothing but a thing, Chicken Wayne. Let me get to the right page. There you go. I appreciate you, Z Sarah. All right. All right, guys. I thank you for being here. Today is Thursday. If I leave off Friday, I don't know if I would even have any content because God knows. I don't know. I may take Friday off. If you don't see a live setup in the morning, that means I'm taking Friday off. I'll tag you on my live. I'd love you to join the conversation. That would be a good conversation. You say this Saturday. Let me make sure you said this Saturday. This week about the white South African issue. So either Friday or the weekend is what you're saying? Yeah, tag me, Z Sarah. That would be great. Oh, tonight or tomorrow night. Okay, tag me on it, Z Sarah. Tomorrow night will probably be better for me, but be sure you tag me. I would love to do that, and that would be no problem. Because I love to learn about things that are going on, the way other people. Things that I don't know about other nations, other regions of the world and stuff. We just see things, and you have such an in-depth grasp of things that a lot of us don't know. So I would definitely like to come over there. So make sure you tag me. I'll put a notification up. Will do. I've been chatting to people over there. Oh, good. You've been chatting to people over there. All right, guys. Look for Z Sarah. Let me drop Z Sarah's link in the chat. Let me sign up to Z Sarah because she has some good information that she is always giving out. Go over there and sign up to Z Sarah. I'm gonna drop her link in the chat. Here you are. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't send that one yet. That's the link to Reese Water. This is the link to Z Sarah. Here you go. I thank all of you for being here, and I hope you have a great weekend. And you're welcome, Z Sarah. All right, that's it for me today. If you don't see me set up, I'm going to take tomorrow off. I'm not sure, though. I'm not sure. It may be so much going on today after this passage of this bill. It may be a lot of go over. Make sure you go in my description box and watch Marco Rubio taking balls with his face. I think you will be quite amused at. It's just one sessions of hearings. 3 to 5 minutes of him getting brutally taken down in these hearings. So I think I have 3 videos up there. Go over there. It's just 15 minutes of content. I hope you I hope you go over there and check it out. All right, that's it. I'm out of here. Bye bye.